Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And welcome to episode 53. We're so nearing that 55. You know, it's gonna be a mini event.
The movie that'll be too will, I think, is one of our collective favorites.
Yes,
it'll really live up to
very
that.
much so. But today, not a favorite of mine really.
No.
But from a director that I quite think a lot of. Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia from 1974, I believe.
Yeah. It'd be nice if we would have known that by now.
Yeah, it's kind of important.
Yeah.
Let me say, directed by Sam Peckinpah, first of all, who we're going to be talking a lot about today. This is part 3 of our kind of 10 episodes we're doing on crime cinema. Now, obviously, and we're going to talk about this a lot in depth later, Sam Peckinpah is a director that's most associated with the Western, in particular the revisionist Western through the 60s and 70s. This is not exactly a Western. It's a contemporary film made in the 70s, takes place in the 70s as a crime drama or kind of crime film.
Western in a way.
But in many ways is still trafficking in the landscapes and archetypes of the Westerns, albeit in a more modernized way. But we're going to be getting into a lot about Peckinpah because he's been a topic of recent fascination with us, in particular with Levi, who's read a book about the production of The Wild Bunch, which I'm sure will be bringing a lot of things up from that. But before we get into the film of the week, you know what time it is. We just gotta get into that Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Norma, have a cup of coffee, please?
Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Alright! Who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Order up! Your Father's Day Blue Plate special is right here.
Coming back strong after the kind of
kind of whatever
lackluster effort, intentionally lackluster.
Happy
effort
Father's Day, by the way. We're gonna say
this will be released right prior to Father's Day.
Yeah.
You know, this whole 10 episode set is a real Father's Day kind of selection. You know, dads love
put these titles
movies
in the man cave,
Yeah.
But we're actually going to be on vacation the week after this comes out, so we'll be incognito for a while.
All those big podcasting checks in North Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about some recent films we've seen, as well as a death that occurred literally moments before, or on knowledge of it moments before we actually started this podcast with Phillip Baker Hall. But before we talk about him, we're going to talk about 2 recent movies we saw. 2 new movies for us. One is literally a new release, but one is a movie that has a very strange designation. Speaking of Strange Days from Kathryn Bigelow, and that was 1995. 95 or 96. 1995 from Kathryn Bigelow, co-written by who? Jay Cox and James Cameron, right? Now, famously, James Cameron and Kathryn Bigelow used to be married it was sometime even before this, right? This was
Yeah,
made
I think they were. The screenplay was written in the 80s.
when they were married. Around
Yeah,
the
and then
time,
I
probably.
think it was like around the time of Alien, randomly.
Yeah.
When he wrote this. It
Aliens.
might have been wanted to be. I'm sorry, yes,
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah.
He probably wanted that to be a follow up after that or something. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, because I think originally he might have wanted to direct it or just produce it.
Yeah.
But anyway, it didn't get made for like 10 years. But yeah, they weren't married anymore by that point.
It's
so.
starring Ralph Fiennes and Angela Bassett.
Mm-hmm.
And what's so strange about Strange Days in some ways is that it's yet to have like a DVD or Blu-ray release.
Yeah, I think it's had a DVD one, but it's really out of print and kind of crappy.
Probably was like very early DVD.
Yeah,
that
and
was
then
made,
it's
yeah.
never been a Blu-ray, and they haven't really made an effort.
Which is very
to
strange
figure
because
that out.
I keep
Strange
fixating on this
Days.
word. Strange.
I was
word.
thinking of Strange Brew.
Yeah,
What's deep inside of you?
There are far, far, far more obscure movies than this that have
Yeah.
gotten.
I mean, I think
know,
often about the fact that a
high-definition
movie called The Town That
releases.
Dreaded Sundown has a Blu-ray release,
Mm.
and we've yet to get a Strange Days.
And, you know,
Because the movie, I mean, even though it didn't make a lot of money at the time and wasn't really all that beloved, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
critics, I think, liked it overall or were kind of mixed on it. But it's a Kathryn Bigelow, James Cameron product. And what the movie's about, it
Yeah,
being a
right.
sci-fi movie.
I mean, it does have a
it just
cult
seems
fandom
like we
around
need
it.
to be getting that done, but whatever.
I mean, I feel like some years ago it was streaming on various places,
Yeah.
and it might be
like
now. But
Cockfighter will probably be on Blu-ray before this movie will.
you actually ordered off of eBay a VHS
Yeah.
copy of it, and we don't watch VHS as much anymore. Every once in a while, various
Mainly for stuff like
circumstances
this, where we're
occur.
like, oh, we need to get this thing this way because you can't. It's not made the jump to the new formats.
Right.
And,
And
yeah.
so we watched it on VHS, and, it frankly felt very appropriate
Yeah.
in a good way for this movie. So I'm trying to think, what is this movie even about? It's basically, it's a sci-fi movie that's taking place right on the eve of 2000. It's like in very late December.
Yeah, it's like
1999.
over 3 days before the.
It's a few strange days.
Yeah, right.
occur.
I mean, yeah.
And so basically
What
there
a
is...
bad title, by the way, for this
Yeah,
movie.
it
'Cause
should've
I
been-
love this movie, by the way.
Yeah, I
but
quite
and we're
liked
going to
it.
talk about why.
Yeah.
But it's not a good movie, a good title.
Yeah.
It is a good movie.
Yeah.
Who
So
knows?
it's basically where people are living or, filming various experiences of their lives and then selling it to people to watch. Basically, it's like a virtual reality
Yeah.
sort of a thing where it gives you a first-person perspective of someone else's, almost as their memories, but it's more directly what was recorded on their heads. Basically.
Well, and they also supposedly get the sensation of whatever was going on.
Well, is
in
it
the
that they're
moment,
actually taking part of their,
cerebral cortex somehow?
Is it,
yeah.
is it not
The
'cause I
cerebro,
can't quite remember.
basically.
It's not
Yeah.
just pure visual. It's like you said,
Yeah.
there is this sensory aspect
Yes.
to it.
Yeah.
And so
Because there's a lot of scenes where stuff's happening and Ray finds moving around while it's
Right.
going on, and he can feel whatever's happening. Yeah.
yeah,
But, yeah.
and so it takes place in, again, very, very, very late 1999, getting ready to be 2000, and shares a lot of qualities with a lot of 90s, not only narrative cinema, but also just art in general, whether it be, I think a lot about this, The Matrix, Infinite Jest, as far as novels go, from David Foster Wallace, that play with or tinker with these ideas of realities and getting trapped in realities. This, in many ways, is a very 90s product, even though it was conceived of in maybe the 70s or 80s.
Yeah.
So much so that I almost wonder if some of the leaps in logic were only a few years later, or when it was really made, sometimes make me scratch my head. Like, there's no way they really thought that this was going to be this
Right.
by then. But
Yeah.
that distracts from ultimately what the point of the
Yeah,
movie is.
that
I mean,
really
anyways,
matters.
it's obviously, it's hard to even categorize it as a genre. I think most directly it's like a sci-fi action thriller.
Yeah.
But also, it's kind of a dystopian movie, also a neo-noir. A lot of stuff going on. What were your biggest impressions or takeaways from Strange Days?
It's a movie that we had anticipated for a long time because I had seen the opening sequence is pretty famous of this robbery that's going on, and it just kind of throws you into the movie immediately. And it's like somebody filming a robbery that they're taking place in, and it's all one take from a POV perspective, which for that time was really big deal, and so I always was like, oh, that looks like a really interesting movie, I'll have to watch that. And then I was like, oh, it's not like available anywhere.
And that only just adds to your interest in it, frankly.
And thankfully it met the expectations. I wouldn't even say it necessarily exceeded them. It's about what I thought it would and hoped it would be. Maybe only slightly less, but still really only just because any James Cameron movie that he writes is going to be like a little bit goofier than you want it to be in certain ways. And I say that as a James Cameron fan, but it. First of all, you have to view the movie now as what it is, because there's been so many movies since then that have done this similar thing. I mean, Reminiscence, even literally last year, is literally this same thing, basically, as far as people reliving their memories and only wanting to live inside of that. Because there's the whole Ray Fiennes character who's a black market seller of these things.
Oh, another one I meant to mention is Till the End of the World, which we're
that was the other one I was trying to think of, But that he sells these to different people, and the whole plot is essentially that there's this whole murder that happens of somebody he knows, and it gets sent, the tape of it gets sent to him, and he's trying to figure out who it is, and then that connects to this whole other conspiracy that's going on that I don't really.
All I'll say is that there was a recent police shooting death of a rapper, basically, that is connected to this in some ways.
And then that goes into a lot of very specific civil rights and.
I mean, it was made in the era right after Rodney King.
And so I think that directly influenced portions of the screenplay after that, right? But that ultimately a lot of the movie is him obsessing over Juliette Lewis's character, who's this like rock star singer woman that
it was his ex-girlfriend
who's dating that one guy. Can't even remember his name. He's in talk radio. He's in a lot of stuff. He's just a really weird guy. Michael Wincott, I think, maybe is his name, but he's just one of the weirdest character actors ever. I mean, I always like him when he shows up, but it's just he's so weird. Particularly in talk radio is just another level of weirdness. But anyway, and so there's a lot of scenes of him just rewatching their like life together, and it made me think a lot about, I don't like to talk too often about that whole thing about, it's still relevant today, because I'm like, movies are much relevant for the moment they were made in, because people say that stuff, for example, about Network all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, when it was more relevant was kind of in 1976 when something maybe could have been done about it. It's basically irrelevant now because it's just like, oh, no, that's just what life is. So who's going to change that,
And I watch it, and I would imagine you would too, more as a reflection of the time it was made.
Right.
Like,
that doesn't not make it a great
today?
movie. No, that doesn't make it a. That it's obviously a great movie. But people love to do that crap where they're like, it has to be relevant to now. Like, no, it doesn't. I mean, and usually movies always are in certain ways because life goes on and it pretty much repeats.
And also the future
patterns,
changes in ways that we don't expect it will. I mean, so.
And so, anyway, that's all to say that it is still very much, though, I think, about something that we talk about a lot, which is this distinction between reality and fantasy that people have a lot of problems with now. And I'm a big proponent of anti-VR, as a whole concept.
Yeah, I don't like the blurring of those two things.
And, that virtual reality is just an incredibly evil and scary thing in my mind. This is somebody who plays video games pretty regularly, but I don't know. I also just know the difference between reality and fantasy, but which is something some people probably laugh at because like you literally have a podcast where all you do is talk about movies, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but
I feel like a lot of our mission in this podcast is finding the distinctions between reality and fantasy.
And so I think that is still very potent now as far as the movie's obsession with that of being able to live through other people vicariously. And a whole part of the movie, obviously, beyond that is voyeurism. I feel like that is still just, I guess, the concept of voyeurism is still relevant, but it feels very particularly to the 80s and 90s, a concept that Brian De Palma
I was just
did
gonna
a
say,
lot.
Brian De Palma
The
is
movie
the
reminds me a
biggest
lot
name.
of Blowout. Also, I think is very similar, and Blow Up in some way. But yeah, I mean, it's a movie that actually doesn't have a lot of action in it until the end, which I don't care. But that's just to say that the movie, I feel like, sustained its interest for me even beyond that, because I expected it to be a little more of an action movie than it was. But when you got Tom Sizemore in a wig, which yes, it does turn out to be a wig, by the way, without saying too much, you kind of just eat that up anyway.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, that's all just to say, I pretty much totally loved it, and it ended with a Peter Gabriel song. All of a sudden, I was like, oh yeah, definitely love it even more now.
It's very fascinating to see what's very clearly Kathryn Bigelow's kind of action filmmaking style combined with a very James Cameron conception or script. In some ways, it's the best of both worlds in an ideal sense.
Yeah.
But also, I think, what Bigelow accomplishes with the two leads that she has is pretty good. I mean, Ralph Fiennes, I think he's a very unlikely person to lead a movie like this, I think, especially at that time. I mean, he was coming off like being in Schindler's List and like very strange at that time to see him
around
in a
the
movie
time
like
of The
this.
English Patient, somewhere in there,
Yeah.
I think. And so, yeah.
Angela Bassett, I think she's really good. And for most of the movie, they have a pretty platonic friendship, and not much to say spoiler, by the end of the movie it becomes something different.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of twists and turns to this movie, and I think sometimes it's trying to too much like marry like this kind of what the modern sci-fi action movie of that moment was with like this neo-noir aesthetic at times. And
because there's literally
movies that
one
try to do that often get lost in the sauce. Blade Runner's a movie that gets lost doing that.
Yeah,
I
and
feel
there's a moment in the movie where the plot gets so complex that the movie almost jokingly shoots and edits it like them doing a big explanation to the person what happened, and there's a couple cuts and it's shot almost like a light montage, and it's like clearly supposed to be funny. I can tell, but it's like, and so in that way I get that it isn't taking it serious. I'm like, okay, well I at least see that you understand this is kind of ridiculous. But at the same time it's ridiculous, and so in that way, I think you're right that sometimes, and that's one of my problems with noir ultimately, is that it's too complicated. And it's
most
always
of the
about
best noirs, whether they be Vertigo or Detour, are movies that the plot is not all that involving. Frankly.
And so in that way it was a little okay, but I feel like in that way it did tie it to actual things that were kind of important of the time specifically, and not only just nationally but specifically to Los Angeles as a city. As far as the racial themes of the movie that were kind of not totally out of nowhere, I wouldn't say, but I was surprised by that eventually, that I was like, oh, that's what all this has been about the whole time, and then randomly all these other people getting involved with that, and how all those other people are ultimately only self-serving themselves and not actually caring about that incident really whatsoever, I think was an interesting statement. So yeah, that's just to say that it is kind of a little much as far as that goes, but that I felt like it at least served something. Because you got to serve somebody, as Bob Dylan once said. Yeah,
I mean, I think it's just a hyper entertaining movie. There's not one scene where you're really bored. There's always something visually that Bigelow's doing or the performers are doing, or a piece of world building where you go, oh, okay, so that's what their conception of the future is. And of course, it's one of those things. Any movie that predicts the future, it's not about how much it checks off a list or a box of, oh, this happened or this happened or whatever. I think we don't think of like literally viewing someone's Instagram stories in the same way of exactly what this is, but in many ways it is a version of that in terms of you're looking almost from a first-person perspective of what someone else has seen or done already, and it's like a snapshot. And so I think, as is usual and as is fine, I think art gets away with this. It's not a bit for bit, of course, prediction of what the future is going to be, but it does have a lot of wisdom in certain aspects about the digital future we're in the process of creating for ourselves then, and they've only metastasized like a cancer all these years later. But again, that's Strange Days. I'm not sure if it's streaming
I
anywhere
don't
right
think
now.
so because I
feel like years ago it was streaming on Netflix, and I remember wanting to watch it. And
I think it comes and goes here and there. But at this point, it's a 20th Century Fox movie, so Disney ultimately
Plus
has the keys to do whatever they want with it. Now, it was made through the what's James Cameron's company called? Arrow something Entertainment or Lightstorm. Lightstorm.
Maybe, yeah.
And so I don't know. Now, obviously, it would still be owned by, I'm assuming, by Disney. But just because it's James Cameron, I would think he would have enough clout to get something done with that. But I don't know.
Well, also we've talked about this a lot. The Abyss has yet to also.
Yeah, that's another one, and that movie's been on DVD. Like it's out there, you can buy it, and I've wanted to.
But it's yet to get really a Blu-ray or 4K.
But the
release.
DVDs are expensive. I mean, they're not cheap. Like it's like $30 for a regular DVD. Now the Strange Days DVDs were maybe more than that and less of a quality.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is about those two movies that they're just sitting there, and everybody and people like The Abyss, and people still talk about The Abyss relatively.
Yeah.
It's kind of got a cult following of people saying, "Oh, this is great, watch it."
Yeah.
But when it's so difficult to find, it's like, well,
yeah. I think this points out an interesting moment in just literally being a cinephile or access to movies, that there's just this assumption, everything's available now, and it's like, well, there are a lot of things that are available, and there's certainly more rapid availability of really all of cinema, more so than any other time in its existence. But that doesn't mean there still isn't things of moderate note that still fall through the cracks. I mean,
Looking for Mr. Goodbar, I know, is a movie. And yes, that's a real thing if you've never heard of that.
Again, this is a studio movie that whether or not it made the money that they wanted to, it commanded a lot of resources, had a big release, even if it was unsuccessful.
Like Addams Family Values, why have we not put that out? Or not, I'm sorry, not Addams, excuse me, Addams Family Reunion.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Yeah.
No, Addams Family Values out there.
Yeah, we got the Blu-ray of that.
Yeah. But why do we not have Addams Family Reunion? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. It's a tragedy. Maybe,
I mean, Ed Begley Jr. in that.
We need to... I don't know.
Blood-sucking...
Sycophants.
That guy. Yeah, he's in everything. But,
I know we used to have a VHS.
No, we still have it.
Sure if we
do.
Okay.
I think so. And that'd be a movie.
Watch it.
I think it's on YouTube somewhere, actually.
Yeah.
So it's out there, but
Yeah.
a Fox movie channel might still be playing it. Oh, wait.
Not around anymore.
Oh, no.
Mr. Bill.
No more Mr. Bill.
So that's Strange Days. Check it out if you ever have the chance or have a VHS copy
Yeah, I
sitting,
guess. There was a guy I bought it from. I can't remember his name now, or I'd plug him, that he sells a lot of VHSs or whatever, and so it was a pretty good quality. I need to get on there and do the eBay review for that because it's been sitting there. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
But,
So a much more recent movie that we saw.
Actually kind of similar in certain ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's got some similarities.
I mean, you could have called Strange Days Crimes of the Future in its own way.
Yeah. Or Crimes of the Future Strange Days.
Yeah, I think we should actually switch those titles. That might work a little better. But
Crimes of the Future is the newest David Cronenberg film.
David Cronenberg.
We're more familiar with the Cronenberg of the 80s, and we've not even seen all of his stuff.
Yeah.
But when I think of Cronenberg, I think of, Scanners, Videodrome, The Fly,
Dead Zone,
like those very 80s Cronenberg movies. I've got to say, it's a little bit of a black hole or black spot I have of a lot of the more recent movies that he's made.
History of Violence and Eastern Promises. And
I have seen Cosmopolis, adaptation of Don DeLillo novel.
We also haven't seen a lot of the 70s ones like Rabid, Shivers, The Brood.
So I just want to make everybody aware that we're approaching this from the perspective of we've seen some of the greatest hits, but not everything.
Right.
I remember seeing Naked Lunch and being so frankly perplexed by that movie to the point where I didn't even... It wasn't that I disliked it. I was just like, I need to put a pin in this, and I'm going to go read some Burroughs and come back and watch this, because I realized that it was not a strict adaptation even of what Naked Lunch was. So that's a movie that I was kind of perplexed by, but I didn't dislike. I'm like, I'll go back and watch that later after I've read Burroughs. this is an original screenplay, I believe, that he's written. He actually had, like, was it a short film or some film he made in the 70s?
Yeah, it was like a very
Future.
short feature. I think it was like an hour long called Crimes of the Future. It has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever, plot-wise, nothing to do with that at all.
It does. It is one of those titles that is just immediately evocative in your head. You're like, Crimes of the Future. What will the Crimes of the Future be? Is this going to be Minority Report or something? I don't know. And I don't know what this is. It should be said.
Yeah.
We drove to Asheville to see it at the Fine Arts Theater. Love that theater. Plug it any chance we get. Crimes of the Future, starring Viggo Mortensen and
Léa Seydoux.
Léa Seydoux, French actress.
Bunch of other people.
A bunch of other people. What did you think of this?
Well, I want to start at a random place, which is the fact that Howard Shore did the score for this. And I said, oh, I didn't even know he was still alive. Because then I was thinking of, what's the guy that did the score for a lot of Cameron's movies that passed away? I can't remember his name.
James Horner?
Yeah, James Horner. He died, right?
Yeah, he's
dead. And that's, I think, where I was confused, because I was like, oh, yeah. But anyway, and then I started kind of thinking about the movie overall, and I was like, because he's randomly the most notable movies that Howard Shore's done music for are the Lord of the Rings movies. Mm-hmm. But the movie starts with his kind of score in the opening credits, and that made me kind of think about the movie as a whole over time, is that one of the things that works, I think, about a lot of Cronenberg's best moments and work in his career, I think, is a sense of coolness or a kind of a style and a mood that he creates. I think explicitly of Crash a lot, because that's my favorite movie of his that he's
made in the 90s,
Yeah, and that he, with that movie, I think a lot about Howard Shore's score from, which I think really, and I'm not one of those people that likes to separate score from movies too much, because it often
very explicitly
just
is music
is
designed for a movie.
What it is. But that music, I remember seeing the opening credits for it, and then the whole movie, and just thinking about the music pretty consistently of it, creates this very alien atmosphere to it. And I was thinking about that as I was watching the movie, because that Crash, while being about kind of an inherently sort of ridiculous idea about people who quite literally get off on car crashes, that the filmmaking, the acting, and the music all came together to make that movie genuinely arresting and interesting and great. Really.
And it kind of does have an absurdist premise, but it feels very real in its own
right.
way, too.
And
I think that Cronenberg excels at taking things that are very fantastical and grounding them in a sense of reality.
And he did not do that with Crimes of the Future. Is the easiest way to say all that. Is that I was thinking throughout the movie, and I was like,
this feels like a movie from a foreign planet, or something.
I mean, and not in a good way though, because because I was thinking about that the whole time. Is that it's about similar things to Crash, Videodrome, Scanners. It's similar to a lot of his other
it's got
movies.
Amalgam elements and themes.
That ultimately, I guess, I'll try to explain what the movie's about. It's about, in the future, climate change has basically taken humans to the point where they don't feel pain anymore, they don't get sick from infections or stuff like that, but that some of them often evolve and create new organs. Mm-hmm. And so part of the whole movie is about the Viggo Mortensen's character is this performance artist where they remove these new organs live on stages to show people what they've never seen before, because it's some new organ or whatever. And then meanwhile, there's this group of people who can only eat plastic because their bodies have evolved to that point, who are wanting to basically give him a body that he can dissect, and kind of it'll be like propaganda for their cause or whatever.
Yeah.
And all of this is very slow in figuring out, because the movie, I mean, what I remember, and I'm comparing this a lot to Crash just because that's the work of his I attach my mind most to.
Yeah.
That with that movie, I think he accomplished a lot with, obviously, the lighting. It was mostly always nighttime.
Yeah.
It was very dark and moody.
And you feel like you're seeing something that you're not supposed to see.
Yeah, and it's very
use that V word again, voyeurism.
And it's very kind of washed out, monochromatic, blue-gray look to it, which I really love. And I'm not normally one of them people that loves something like that, but this movie's very bright and vibrant, actually, which is kind of strange for what it's about, which is even more ridiculous when you got Viggo Mortensen in, like, Ninja Gaiden stance with, like, walking around in this cloak. Like, what the hell is any of that? And so, ultimately, I think the movie is just so goofy, mixed with certain moments of, like, because I went into the movie thinking, oh, I'm going to see some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And I did. But honestly, it didn't live up to, like, when you go see a Cronenberg movie, you're expecting to see the head exploding in scanners. You're expecting to see these car crashes that are awful. You're expecting to see...
Of the Fly,
you're expecting to see this body horror stuff. And we get some of that, but honestly, it was sort of, in a weird way, a letdown from that. Like, I felt like it didn't have enough of that, and the moments of it weren't all that visceral or interesting. And it felt like, honestly, and we can talk about this for a minute, that the whole John Carpenter, David Cronenberg random feud that has, like, I guess come up in the last so many years.
We'll actually play a clip of John Carpenter talking about his relationship with David Cronenberg.
You obviously get together with these big Masters of Horror dinners that we see.
Well, I haven't gone in a long time. I went to the first few, and it was a lot of fun. It was just fun. Just have dinner and talk and insult each other and tell jokes. And then, it sort of became something else. And I think the night that got me was David Cronenberg showed up. And he's an old friend of mine. And unfortunately, he takes himself so seriously these days. He's an artist now. And literally, he was holding court in the middle of the room. So I came over to talk to him. And he didn't look at me. And I thought, there's enough of this. Forget it. Goodbye. I walked out. I don't need this anymore. And, fine. Eli Roth and his Hollywood hair, let him rule now. Darren Aronofsky, secretly, I think, hates horror films. Let the geniuses go. Let them go. Let them be geniuses. I'll stay home.
Play Xbox.
Hell yeah.
You wouldn't even look at me.
We'll laugh. We've been quoting this video all the time, but particularly, he wouldn't even look at me.
We'll laugh about that in a minute more, but one thing I want to say, the reason I bring that up, is because he accused, he's an artist now, and saying all he's interested is being, I'm an artistic science fiction horror filmmaker, or I only make more dramas, or whatever, And I feel like coming back to this kind of genre science fiction horror thriller format, that it is very kind of avant-garde and art house pretentious kind of movie that doesn't deliver on those promises that you would think, but yet feels too goofy to be truly an art film also. So it's kind of in this middle ground that just doesn't really attach itself to anything in particular. And overall, it sounds like I'm being a little more negative on the movie. I just kind of didn't care about it for the most part. And I
think that's it. Is just what you said. It lacks a shocking nature for how, frankly, shocking the premise of it is in terms of, like, it just lacked this visceral quality that a lot of his movies had or contained. And what's fascinating is, as far as his more recent films, I have seen Cosmopolis. Again, I'm a huge, you are as well, a huge Don DeLillo fan, and I love that book. And I was, I think he's a very savvy filmmaker to direct DeLillo. But this is almost in league with that in the sense of, and I think that whole narrative, there's an intentionality behind this.
Yeah.
There's a remove. There's like this man who goes through these things in a limousine and sees the degradation that's taking place outside of his window, literally and figuratively. And there's just this natural remove. And I feel like there's this remove here, but this should be instead something that's much more visceral, much more intimate. And the movie makes plays towards that.
Yeah,
but
the
I don't
horror
think
is
it
literally
really
occurring within his body,
too.
And he's kind of just like, oh, whatever, about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I like Viggo Mortensen for the most part. I don't think he was really right to bring what this part requires to vivid life, because I feel like he kind of makes it what it is in terms of this very plodding, very pedestrian kind of lead performance that doesn't really invite the imagination to do much.
Yeah.
It's just kind of
And obviously, he's
I hate
worked
to
with
say,
him in
but-
his other dramas in the past of A History of Violence and Eastern Promises. And so that's, I'm assuming, why he
And I
chose
think I'd
him
even read
to be
elsewhere
in the movie,
that Mortensen used Cronenberg as an inspiration behind his performance. I don't know, literally or just in a more figurative sense, of this artist who people love and respect, but is kind of sometimes getting bored with himself. And I feel like this movie's Cronenberg getting bored with himself for me anyways. And again, I say that as someone who has grown on Cronenberg over the years. I mean, there was a time I remember when my cousin Phillip and I started watching Videodrome in college, and maybe got only 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes into it, and we're like, nah, I don't know, we don't know what this is, we're going to put this on the shelf for now. And then later returned to it and thought, oh, okay, you know what, this is something provocative, and I liked. But again, I think putting him and Carpenter in the, we were talking about this on our drive down. Who's the better filmmaker, Carpenter or Cronenberg? And Levi, you immediately jumped to say, well, I don't know, your favorite of the two is Carpenter. I think, Carpenter makes incredibly entertaining movies, and I think that's a huge difference between him and Cronenberg. A lot of Cronenberg's movies you don't want to watch while you're watching them. Right. But then we were like, well, Cronenberg makes these more prodigious artistic films, but I feel like this is evidence, and we didn't even really return to that conversation after having seen this movie, that perhaps he's ran out of track, and that he needs to do something that is a little more of a divergence from him than this is, because I think on paper, it's like what you were saying, this is really taking a lot of themes that he's done better elsewhere in his career, and isn't really evolving them, or if nothing else, granting them a visceralness, a shockiness.
Well, I feel like
that gives it new life.
Yeah, I feel like it evolves it for the ideas about climate change.
Well, I feel like, I think that stuff with climate change is there, but I wasn't even, I don't know, maybe it's just me, I wasn't thinking about that as much with this as I could have or should have been, maybe.
Well, the movie also doesn't make it evidently clear where it is. I think over time we finally realized that it was Greece somewhere, because they were Greek. And then I kind of thought about it, I was like, yeah, this is Greece.
Yeah.
But, it doesn't make a big deal about that. Now, that's inherently what it is all about. But, ultimately the problem is that it lacks the visceralness of that, and I was just kind of like, oh, okay. Because we've seen in the last so many years all of these older filmmakers, like somebody like George Miller or David Lynch, who have been like, oh, no, they are still at the top of their form of giving us this visceral, crazy, bonkers
and
vision.
make some of their best work ever.
Yeah, and I mean, literally, even just seeing the trailer of that 3,000 Years of Longing looks totally insane.
Yeah, George
and he's
Miller's
still making
film,
movies that are that energetic.
Yeah,
and then you see something like this, and it's kind of, and he's been called a cold filmmaker in the past. I mean, and I thought that about something like The Dead Zone. You could say that about Crash. But I feel like in those instances, though, there was still always something that pushed and prodded at. I mean, Crash, if that doesn't push and prod at you, you're literally crazy. I mean, that movie had people really angry when it came out. I mean, it was a really big controversial movie.
Yeah.
And this doesn't really seem to have the same sort of, reception. And part of that's because people have kind of moved on from Cronenberg, and then some people are saying this is a return to form, which whatever, Yeah. But just it doesn't occupy the same space, I think, as those movies did.
Yeah. And it's one of those things. I don't even think some of his older movies lived up to some of the criticisms people had of how, quote, cold they are. I think I understand why people say that, but I didn't quite feel that. But there are scenes in this where it's like literally people are talking about ideas, and you realize that they're not really characters, they're just stand-ins for ideas. And you can do that in science fiction cinema and make it good, but you have to give them distinct personalities. And a lot of people in this are just standing in dark rooms talking about, oh, can we do this? Can we do that? And the weird attractions that come from this whole line of work. Kristen Stewart gives a pretty interesting little performance in this. She's not in it a whole lot, but she does pop up here and there. But on the whole, it just doesn't inspire, frankly, a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, I almost wish it would have repulsed me and I would have hated it.
Yeah.
And I could have actually brought more fire to the table to talk about it. But it, frankly, is just a movie that kind of bored me mostly throughout. And I think that's unfortunate because, as I've said, Cronenberg's work, on the whole, has grown on me over the last so many years. But this was one that just, frankly, left me cold.
Really liked the ending. I thought that was an interesting final image.
Yeah.
But then I was just like, okay, but so what? So, yeah.
It is pretty fascinating that there's the ear man in it. It was like the guy who has all the ears all over his body, and Viggo Mortensen's character just kind of shrugged and goes, well, it's like whatever, you know. And I just feel like that's a certain metaphor for the movie almost. It's like, look at this shocking, crazy thing. And it's like, it's whatever. It's kind of basic. You know? But, again, we saw it at the Fine Arts Theater in Nashville because we weren't sure if it was going to play at the AMC in Hickory. So, you know,
went ahead and got that over with.
Got that done with. So that's Crimes of the Future.
It has everything to do with us.
Anything else about Crimes of the Future? They did show a trailer for the new Elvis movie, which was very shocking because I'm like, wait, an art house theater here is going to be showing that? That's clearly going to get a big multiplex release.
Like, it has everything to do with us.
Yes.
I'm the villain of this here story. Like,
again, we've talked about this in the past. We will be going all in talking about that whenever it comes out soon enough.
That'll be a whole family affair. We're all going to go see that.
Yeah.
So,
and we'll be sure to tell you what our parents think of that because I'm sure they're going to have random particular opinions.
Yeah.
Based
well,
on
they
who live through.
Well, our mom went and saw Elvis, and our grandma was a massive Elvis fan, and talked about how much she cried when he died, and it was like a house in mourning, like drapes over the windows sort of thing.
Speaking of houses in mourning, death of Phillip Baker Hall. Yes. We only just found out about this not that long ago. I guess I don't know if he died today or if his death's just being announced.
We're recording this on the 13th of June, 2022.
Yeah,
so whenever that would be.
Phillip Baker Hall. If you've watched movies or TV in the last 50 odd years, this guy's popped up routinely. I think one of his most iconic turns, one of the first things I always think of him in as Bookman in Seinfeld.
Yeah, I think that's what most people
most average people probably would associate him with that, where he's basically this like library cop or library detective who goes after people who have, you know, books that have, you know,
been long overdue.
And let's just throw a clip here of that.
Well, I'm glad you're here so we can get this all straightened out. Would you like a cup of tea?
You got any coffee?
Coffee?
Yeah, coffee.
No, I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you don't drink coffee? How about instant coffee?
No, I don't have.
You don't have any instant coffee?
Well, I don't normally.
Who doesn't have instant coffee?
I don't.
You buy a jar of Folgers Crystals, you put it in a cupboard, you forget about it. And later on, when you need it, it's there. It lasts forever. It's freeze-dried. Freeze-dried crystals.
Really? I'll have to remember that.
You took this book out in 1971.
Yes, and I returned it in 1971.
Yeah, 71. That was my first year on the job. Bad year for libraries. Bad year for America. Hippies burning library cards. Abby Hoffman telling everybody to steal books. I don't judge a man by the length of his hair or the kind of music he listens to. Rock was never my bag. But you put on a pair of shoes when you walk into the New York Public Library, fella.
Look, Mr. Bookman. I returned that book. I remember it very specifically.
You're a comedian. You make people laugh.
I try.
You think this is all a big joke, don't you?
No, I don't.
I saw you on TV once. I remembered your name from my list. I looked it up. Sure enough, it checked out. You think because you're a celebrity that somehow the law doesn't apply to you, that you're above the law?
Certainly not.
Well, let me tell you something funny, boy. You know that little stamp? The one that says New York Public Library? Well, that may not mean anything to you, but that means a lot to me. One whole hell of a lot. Sure, go ahead, laugh if you want to. I've seen your type before. Flashy, making the scene, flaunting convention. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. What's this guy making such a big stink about old library books? Well, let me give you a hint, Junior. Maybe we can live without libraries, people like you and me. Maybe. Sure, we're too old to change the world. But what about that kid sitting down, opening a book right now in a branch of the local library and finding drawings of peepees and wee-wees and the cat in the hat and the 5 Chinese brothers? Doesn't he deserve better? Look, if you think this is about overdue fines and missing books, you better think again. This is about that kid's right to read a book without getting his mind warped. Or maybe that turns you on, Seinfeld. Maybe that's how you get your kicks. You and your good time buddies. Well, I got a flash for you, Joy Boy. Party time is over. You got 7 days, Seinfeld. That is 1 week.
I got news for you, funny boy. What
is well, is this something? Listen up, Joy Boy.
Joy Boy.
Yeah. The funny thing about and particularly what I'll say, because obviously he's great in that, and everybody talks about how great he is. But the one thing I'll say that to kind of add to all that is that he reportedly was one of the only people of that sort of role in that show that everybody wanted to come back. Everybody wanted the cast, the writers, the people who watched the show were like, "Oh, we'd love to have him back on there," just from one episode performance.
Yeah, because Seinfeld had a history of introducing certain characters with a shtick, and say this is a huge fan. Sometimes they would wear thin, or they'd become recurring characters. He literally only came back at the very, very end, right?
Yeah, because they felt that they didn't want to wear that out and felt like, oh, we don't have anywhere we can put him. It wasn't like, Kramer's lawyer,
Jackie Childs.
Yeah, Jackie Childs, the Johnny Crocker thing. Now, he was always really funny, but that easily could have become... But you can't just make Bookman a character.
Right.
Because it's like, why is he going to keep coming back?
Based around this one story.
Specifically that Tropic of Cancer went missing. It's just like, okay. But yeah... then and that's the same episode of the guy's like, can you stand it? Yeah. So, but yeah, of course, that's the first thing I think of him in. But then obviously, I think of him in all the various Paul Thomas Anderson films he was in, of Hard Eight, Boogie Nights, and Magnolia.
Just looking on Twitter, people were posting stuff about him. Seinfeld and him and Magnolia are the two biggest things.
Boogie Nights is kind of the most forgettable of that.
Yeah,
group.
I mean, that's of those three movies, that's the one
he's
that
not
has
really
got the
in
least, the smallest
Right.
role in that. But his character in Magnolia is a very fascinating character because he's someone that, like, if you just go down the list of things that he's done or who he is an outright disgusting, despicable person. But you do, I think, for me, watching him in that movie, there's this profound sense of mourning and grief and regret.
Well, it's the same thing with Jason Robards' character, and I think there's a very clear linking of those two men because ultimately they're both heavily involved in. I mean, Phillip Baker Hall works for Robards' television company ultimately, and so the talent and the producer, how they're both seen as these, terrible. But at the end, and there's more of an emphasis on Robards in that movie of his own regret.
Yeah.
Whereas Phillip Baker Hall, it's a little more about
him maybe trying to justify,
trying to say, or I don't know what I did or whatever. But still, that you feel an immense sort of grief and sadness for these people, and I feel like that all goes to both them clearly and PTA for to make us empathize, and that movie's ultimately about empathy, if nothing else, because everybody in that movie is, a train wreck essentially. But that we care about all of them in their own way. There's not anybody in that movie that I don't feel some sympathy for or empathy for. Even somebody like Julianne Moore or Tom Cruise, who are just so crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I feel bad for those people, And so ultimately, I feel like that's probably his best performance. Can't forget him in Clear History.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, he's known as a character actor, so he didn't have a lot of times where he got given a real character or the lead of a movie. Magnolia, I think, is one of the most substantial ones. Another one of the biggest ones I have to think about is him in Secret Honor,
right?
Where, of course, plays Richard Nixon, and is basically this monologue of literally him the whole time, basically talking and expressing anger and.
Do we want to play a clip of that?
Yeah, we will here. Especially the ending.
Yeah.
We'll play that.
Mother! Yes, Mother. I know what I've done. Mother, just tell me who I am. Tell me what to do. Mama? elect myself. They elected me not once, not twice, but all my goddamn life. And they would do it again, too, if they had the chance. Oh, sure. They said they didn't trust me. They said, let Dick Nixon do it, and I did it. They said they wouldn't buy a used car for me, but they gave me the biggest vote in American history. And then they flushed me down the toilet. And they wanted me to stay down. They wanted me to kill myself. Well, I won't do it. If they want me dead, they'll have to do it. Fuck 'em! 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 Fuck 'em!
Flushed me down the toilet. Wanted me to stay down.
Now, what do you like? What about Nixon for you? Does he bring into that? I mean, it's more than just. He doesn't quite, it's not an impression exactly.
No, I feel like it's pretty close, but it's still, it's not an impression. I think it's a just an energy. I feel like his energy fits that that role, because at that point he was a little bit younger. That was in the 80s, so he was a little bit younger than he was in the 90s, but he feels very middle-aged in that moment and very fraught, and somebody who looks like he very easily could have been a businessman, but just so happens to be an actor. And I feel like there's a lot of bag. And I don't know a whole lot about Phillip Baker Hall's life really at all, and what but it feels like there's a lot of baggage that's sitting there. And maybe I'm making that up in my mind. I don't know, but I get that impression from that. So whether or not that's true or not, it doesn't matter.
I think too, for me, why he's such a great performer of Nixon, and I particularly have a lot of fondness for Oliver Stone's Nixon movie or Anthony Hopkins, and I think a lot of Anthony Hopkins as an actor and like his performance. But what I think Phillip Baker Hall's performance is greater than Hopkins, even though I think Nixon as a movie is better than Secret Honor as a movie.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think what Baker Hall is able to do is just the intense self-loathing.
Yeah.
You don't have to look that far into the surface of Nixon as a figure to see just the intense self-loathing and an awareness that he was, as I call him often to my students, a sweaty goblin in many ways, and that he was as aware of that as really anybody else was. And, the very final moments of that movie, which we played for you, it's all, of course, hypothetical. We don't know that Nixon ever really had one of those moments. I think it would have been too truthful for him to do. But it's like, will he? There's like, it's almost like over the top melodramatic music of when he's got the gun to his head. Like, is he gonna pull the trigger? And it's like, what's he gonna do?
Yeah.
And then of course he doesn't. But it's just like almost like it's almost like Altman in that moment, who of course hated Nixon.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's like, he knows he's stringing us along, and he's like, what's he going to do? And like you can just see him laughing behind the whole thing, how absurd this whole thing is.
I love that, by the way, that whole clip, I don't know how much we played of it, but it starts with, Mother! Yeah. Yes, Mother. I know what I've done. Mother? Tell me who I am. Tell me what to do, Mama.
But...
and then all that is so funny, but so genuinely dramatic at the same time. It's just this very...
Well, it's also one of those things like, I've seen that movie before and after I've read Rick Pearlstein's brilliant book, Nixon Land, which isn't just about Nixon, it's about all of America, really, in a lot of ways. But the more you learn about Nixon, the deeper the levels of hell of that movie become, because it's just such a brilliant, fascinating portrait. And frankly, and we've talked about this on and off, not in particular about Secret Honor, but I really love movies or stories in general, novels, whatever, that take historical characters, and frankly, I won't say take liberties exactly in the mean that they contradict them, but put them in hypothetical situations and go, okay, how would they respond, or what would their experience be? And I think that's just a really brilliant example of what if Nixon had, one night alone with Nixon, and just like him monologuing the whole time about, and it's all grievance politics. It's all what they've done to me, and I don't deserve all this, and it's so part of who he is. And I just sometimes wish, and we've even talked about ideas for stories that involve real people or characters of history that take in.
One version of that we saw a long time ago that I don't remember an awful lot about, even what I thought about it, but I kind of roll my eyes at now, but it's probably still good, as Nicholas Roeg's Insignificance.
Mm-hmm. Which, of course, takes Marilyn Monroe, Albert Einstein,
Joe DiMaggio, and I don't remember the other one. Oh, it was Joseph McCarthy.
Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to remember who all played everybody.
It was okay. So we had. I don't remember. Well, I remember that Tony. What's his name?
Okay, so Gary Busey played Joe DiMaggio.
Right.
Michael Emile played the professor. Tony Curtis played the senator. I forgot about that.
And then the actress.
Teresa Russell played the actress, is what they're called.
Yeah.
Of course, Marilyn Monroe.
But we haven't seen that movie in a really long time.
And frankly, we know way more about some of the things that involves than we even did when we saw it. On Wikipedia, Insignificance is a 1985 British experimental alternate history.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's based on a play.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
There was some new play, I don't remember the name of it, where it's like about all these well-to-do people of like the 50s or early 60s take LSD. Have you heard about this? And Cary Grant's like a character in it. Like a guy playing Cary Grant. I can't remember.
I'm gassed.
Anyways, Phillip Baker Hall.
Yeah.
But no, Insignificance. Right. I remember. Well, we've seen. Well, what's some other Roeg movies? Don't Look Now. Is that him? Yeah. I've always really wanted to see that random movie he did.
Eureka.
Yeah, I remember seeing a trailer for that and going, "Oh wow, this looks interesting." It was talked about on 80s All Over podcast. Man Who Fell to Earth. We've always really wanted to see.
The Witches. Walkabout, another big one.
Yeah.
But Phillip Baker Hall. Anyway.
But he just, that's a very fascinating example of somebody playing a historical figure and doing something slightly unconventional with it, but it still feels like, oh, this feels like Nixon.
Yeah. Well, he's got all them like cameras and stuff all over there. Got like all the TVs, and he's like recording himself. It's just like, why would he want to be? I don't know.
And I think originally that was a play.
Yeah.
Did Phillip Baker Hall play him?
I'm not sure.
But to have seen that on a stage,
the poster for that, the play. No, that's the movie.
That's the film poster.
That's even weirder. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's the only person in the movie, obviously. Didn't I think that Altman made that movie with like a bunch of students that he was
he made it on the University of Michigan campus. And that was kind of Altman's whole 80s period. He started to do some more theater, either directly directed theater or adapted theater.
Yeah, like
I think
Come Back to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean.
And also, the Sam Shepard play. Oh God, what was it? He directed A Fool in Love, I think maybe.
A Fool for Love.
Fool for Love, I think.
You're a fool for love.
Yeah, which Shepard actually wrote the screenplay for and is even in. I really want to see that movie actually, but I'm waiting to read the play before I do that. But
you're just a fool for love. You're just a fool for love.
Because it's like Robert Altman, Sam Shepard. It's just like two titans, two heroes.
And they hated each other. Yeah. But I have no clue what their interactions were. They
probably would have liked each other.
I would think so, but
I don't know. People
probably both smoked pot. So,
anyways, Phillip Baker Hall. He's just one of those faces you always love to see. Like you said, Clear History, that was a more recent thing, and he pops up in that. I don't remember seeing him in the last so many years really being in as much stuff.
I can't think anything off the top of my head.
Let's just go through his filmography real quick just to see if there's anything else from his. Oh, Zodiac also. Yeah. Obviously, he has a small role in that. Truman Show.
Yeah, I think he just kind of acted in random movies here and there.
He's in some movie called Throw Out the Anchor from 1974.
Okay.
The Man with Bogart's Face. It looks like really the first movie of note, and it was not of note at the time, but he even starred in was Nixon, or Secret Honor, where he played Nixon.
Midnight Run.
3
o'clock or time. 3 o'clock
2.
Time. Yeah. Cigarettes and Coffee. That was that.
Of course, PTA movie. Hard 8 or Sydney.
The Rock. Didn't remember him in that.
Chief Justice, uncredited. I don't remember that.
Air Force One.
U.S. Attorney General Andrew Ward.
Huh.
Network executive and
Enemy of the State.
Rush Hour.
That Psycho remake.
It seems like he played a lot of cop roles as far as in more traditional movies.
Cradle Will Rock.
I do want to say,
Insider.
by the way, that one of my favorite character names ever in any movie is him in Magnolia's Jimmy Gator. And I think there's some throwaway line in Sydney or Hard 8 where it says something about Jimmy Gator, this guy named Jimmy. You can tell it's just some name that PTA must have been obsessed with and loved. Rules of Engagement, General H. Lawrence Hodges. That's a great name.
Some of All Fears.
Defense Secretary David Becker. Die, Mommy, Die.
Okay.
Boy, that poster looks like it's something from the 50s.
Yeah, they probably did that intentionally.
Okay. Amityville Horror, The Shaggy Dog.
Amityville Horror remake,
here, by the way. Zodiac, of course.
Rush Hour 3. The Croods. Does that say the Croods 2? No, the Chicago 8. Oh, well, that said the Croods 2.
I mean, the Croods 2's everywhere if you look for it. Mr. Popper's Penguins. Said he played himself in a documentary on Secret Honor. It says Checker, Richard Nixon, False Consciousness, and Reasons Behind the Reasons Behind. Robert Altman's Secret Honor. Well, I wonder if that's a new thing shot for the Criterion Blu-ray that they put out for that. I wonder.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Last thing it really says here, at least on Wikipedia, is Dear Chickens, which was a short film he was in. He also in Argo. I barely remember him in that. And he's got TV credits, of course. A lot of TV credits. Lieutenant Joe Bookman.
Yeah. Cupid Down.
West Wing he was on. Curb Your Enthusiasm. I think I barely remember on that. As you said, Clear History as Mackenzie. Clear History randomly had a pretty great cast. Had Michael Keaton also in it, John Hamm, Bill Hader. So that Phillip Baker Hall, we love you.
Yeah.
Godspeed wherever you are. We were always, I think, especially as big PTA fans.
Yeah.
And Seinfeld fans. I mean, those two
are
central in our minds for him. Now, to the movie of the year, the movie of the moment of 1974. Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. I love to, Levi wrote on our little outline, BMTHOAG, which is like just a profoundly ugly acronym. But I mean, it's not meant to be acronym, but whatever. I just like, I know everybody did that a lot with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's like, whatever the acronym for that is, and it just looks very.
Yeah, I don't like doing acronyms, but I already wrote the friggin' thing up higher on the list. So.
One of the lesser ugly things about this movie, though. Yeah. But Levi, tell us about Bring Me the Head of
Alfredo
Garcia.
First of all, I want to say that it was a more independent movie that was sold to United Artists. So I just want that to be known because we're going to come back and talk about that.
For the record.
Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. And it gives the Spanish translation as well because it was made in Mexico. It's a 1974 Mexican-American neo-Western film directed by Sam Peckinpah, co-written by Peckinpah and Gordon Dawson from a story by Peckinpah and Frank Kolowski. It says, made in Mexico on a low budget after the commercial failure of Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. A great movie. Don't know why it didn't make money, but whatever. Alfredo Garcia was, so Peckinpah claimed, the only one of his films released as he had intended. The film was a box office and critical failure at the time, but has since gained a new following and stature in the following decades.
So I think the thing about, real quick, about Pat Garrett, which I also love, and I think it's like has the potential for me to be one of his greatest, if not his greatest film. I think Wild Bunch for me ultimately is. But I mean, I think what is under the surface of Pat Garrett is quite powerful. I wonder if it's just like audience are just like, there's too many great movies right now. We just got to stick it to one.
Well,
of them.
supposedly that was another problem about the cut of the movie or something. Was I don't know.
But as you said, this is considered, in one of the movies I think he was most proud of, that he had the most power over in terms of what it was, and so I think for a lot of Peckinpah fans especially, this holds a very high place in his ranking, if nothing else, because it was one that he was not being tinkered as much with the studios or whatnot.
But essentially the movie is about Warren Oates' character, who's Benny is his name. We'll go through the cast here in a little while. Is basically finds out about this Mexican either drug lord or gangster chieftain of some sort. His daughter was impregnated by some guy named Alfredo Garcia, and he's like, bring me that head.
Yeah.
And he's wanting him found and killed. And he finds this out, the Oates character, who's like a alcoholic, barkeep, piano player, finds this out from some bounty hunters who are coming through. He's like, oh, I'll go figure that out.
Yeah.
Also, he finds out that his girlfriend is played by Isla Vega, Alita is her name, was once attached to this Alfredo Garcia guy who apparently gets around, I suppose. And that's a whole kind of thing, too. But then he finds out that he's been dead for a while in a car crash unrelated to that.
I think what's hilarious and what makes this very Peckinpah product is just this sense of anticlimax about the whole thing, because you see the title, Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. I guess that means we gotta go kill him, right? Yeah. Oh, he actually died in a car crash. Just bring his head back. That's gonna be. And it's just like how profoundly dark and twisted and comic in some ways all that is very Peckinpah-esque.
Yeah, and so ultimately the rest of the movie is Oates trying to get the head back to the gangster guy, and the bounty hunters and other people trying to get it from him. And basically it's kind of a journey of self-realization for him. I think of this movie in a lot of ways as a sort of almost Hunter S. Thompson-esque product. I might have talked about that last time. I can't remember. But that it's very much about one man journey as like a road movie.
Jump in the car. We're going to see what hell awaits us.
And
what degradation awaits.
But in this case, the Benicio del Toro, Dr. Gonzo, or what his like lawyer character is, a severed head that doesn't talk. But other than that, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
And ultimately, the movie's all about that and all the people that get killed in the process.
Yeah.
Warren Oates is Benny. Notable, it should be said that he essentially was playing a version of Peckinpah, more or less. He actually looks quite a bit like him in the movie, too. A lot of people talk about
him. Warren Oates is one of our all-time favorite faces in cinema.
Yeah.
I love him as an actor. I don't know if I've told you this, I was recently thinking about him, because we'll talk about this later. We've been watching some other early Peckinpah movies that came before this in preparation for this. And I've been thinking about him a little more. And Warren Oates, to me, strikes me as the guy, this is not based on a real example, frankly, I know in my life, it's just a hypothetical, but the guy that you went to high school with, and he would always sit in the back of the class and would cut up, but he wasn't mean. He was just about having a good time, and you kind of lost track of him, and you always think back, and you're like, I kind of wish I was more friendly with him. Whatever happened to him? Oh, he's this guy now. It's just that playfulness that he brings to the table in a lot of these movies that he's in. He's most notable for, I think probably the biggest movie he was ever in was The Wild Bunch in terms of for Peckinpah and in general.
In the Heat of the Night was one of the first.
Yeah, I remember him in that. I also think of him a lot. He's a very big character in Two-Lane Blacktop, Monty Hellman's movie. He specialized in a lot of these, if not outright Western movies, pseudo-Westerns. I mean, Two-Lane Blacktop in its own way shares DNA with the Western. I mean, this movie certainly does. I mean, he specialized as a character actor in being usually never the lead of a movie, but always someone you're like, oh, Warren Oates, love him. Like, he just has this particular patina about him. What about Warren Oates appeals to you?
Yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. I mean, the movie that I saw that got me into both him and Ben Johnson was The Wild Bunch. I think they're made for each other in that movie, and
they play such a perfect brother,
yeah,
relationship in that,
because they're pretty different too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not very. And Warren Oates, I know the little bit I remember about him that talked about in the book of the Wild Bunch book written by W.K. Stratton. I'll kind of bring that up pretty often throughout this whole podcast at this point, but that in that I think it talked about he was a very insecure guy, and had a lot of like depressive kind of episodes, and that he liked to drink and smoke pot, and that apparently he wanted to be really good friends with Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson hated pot smoking, and that was kind of like a thing between them or whatever. Right. I don't know. But I'm looking at some of his other movies here just to kind of list some off. Of course, he was in Ride the High Country, a movie.
Is that the first time he had worked with Peckinpah?
Yeah, Mail Order Bride. I don't know if that's the first time he worked with Peckinpah, because he might have worked for him on some TV at some point, but we'll see. Major Dundee, The Shooting, In the Heat of the Night, we mentioned. The Wild Bunch, of course. Two-Lane Blacktop, which is maybe actually my favorite performance of him, maybe.
I ain't into that.
I ain't into that. He was in that Dillinger movie that John Milius made as John Dillinger, I've wanted to see forever. That also had Ben Johnson's Melvin Purvis in that.
So he got to kill that pot smoker.
Yeah. He's also in Badlands, I sometimes forget.
Oh, yeah.
Cockfighter. We talked about Cockfighter on here before. I mentioned it earlier, kind of in passing, but
that's a movie that I kind of wanted to like, but I was just so like nonplussed by it.
Yeah, the Monty Hellman film.
Yeah,
it's pretty whatever. Race with the Devil. We're gonna put a pin in that. We'll come back to it. I'm looking to make sure. 1941. I haven't seen that, but I'm not aware of him in that. The Brink's Job, also before that. His last movie was Tough Enough. Think I'm tough enough. What an awful song. Let's look about his television. Oh, look.
Oh, my God.
Everything.
Yeah.
Let's see. I want to look specifically about and see if he worked with Peckinpah at any point.
A lot of westerns. Looks like Wagon Train, Rough Riders, Gunsmoke. Look at those.
He was on the western,
characters.
so technically he worked with. Yeah, wow, a lot of it. So Al Tresh, Chris Kelly, Deke Bassop, Spieler, Leif, Tate Crocker, Billy Sweet Billy Cathcart, Jep Galloway, Jed Hakes, and Seth Pickett. Anyway, yeah, actually the first time he worked with Peckinpah would have been on The Westerner, because that was that Peckinpah show.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first movie he worked on was...
was he ever on The Twilight Zone?
Country. Yeah, I think so, because...
Right.
Yeah, because he was in that one we watched, The Purple Testament. He was like in the background of it. I was like, oh, that's Warren Oates. But yeah, I think what I love about
another one too.
Warren Oates, yeah, it's The Seventh is Made Up of Phantoms. Okay.
Yeah.
It's talking about Little Bighorn, so it's talking about a group of soldiers, like a, what do you call it, 7th Cavalry or 7th, whatever. Anyway, I kind of say what you had said about Oates, that I think he has this certain energy that is very real, and it feels like people this kind of jokester, but can be very introspective.
Yeah.
And I think it's just kind of, you don't see that very often. And he was somebody that had some starring roles, obviously, because we've talked about, and I mean, this is a starring role. Dillinger was. I mean, we talked about certain ones, a Cockfighter.
He's not necessarily the star of Two-Lane Blacktop, but he has a pretty prominent place in that.
Yeah, Race with the Devil, he's kind of a co-lead.
Yeah. Pierre Fonda.
But yeah, I think that with him, he just adds a different... He's just very unlike anybody else. He kind of reminds me of Harry Dean Stanton, but he just never had as big of a career as far as being just the character actor that you want to see in something. Let's talk quickly about Race with the Devil, because today in particular we've been quoting it a lot. Now, that movie is just... What do you want to say about Race with the Devil?
Well, it's basically, was it formerly a Corman movie? Or was it like a studio?
Let me look about that.
Who did that? But it's basically, it feels like a Corman AIP movie. Whether it actually is or not, we'll find out here in just a moment.
It's a 20th Century Fox.
Okay,
movie.
so I kind of was thinking it wasn't actually. So, yeah. But it feels like one of those. Again, I think Peter Fonda being in it too. One of those just AIP grindhouse almost movies. That one's about him, Peter Fonda, and their wives basically getting in their RV and going across the country, and they basically get caught up in the goings on of basically this satanic cult, around that time. And we often laugh about some particular lines that Oates says in that movie.
We'll play a couple of them.
Yeah,
here.
we'll do
that, and then we'll talk about them.
We got a $36,000 motorhome here. We don't need any restaurants. We don't need any showers. We got our own. We don't need anything from anybody. We are self-contained, babe. Oh, that's not rough. That's choice. Look at that chunky little devil right around there. They've all dropped their clothes, man. The high priest would plunge a knife into the chest of a human sacrificial offering, which then gave him satanic power to control the rains and wind and the sun.
We are self-contained, babe.
I just love this. Like, no, we got it all.
Yeah,
in this
it's
RV.
like it's an
I want to
RV.
have ourselves a good old time.
Well, what's funny about that movie too is that him and Peter Fonda are just these like BMX racer guys. Well, it's like they work in a regular job more or less, but they also happen to be like BMX racers. But they're just like average, everyday guys. They're not like these fringe society types. They're like pretty normal people, relatively.
Yeah.
One of the other lines we put there's look at that chunky little devil run through there, and then of course our favorite that we like to quote. The whole movie about these like satanic people that are following them or whatever, because they see this ritual that happens, and he's reading out of a book that they basically steal their wives steal from a library.
Yeah,
and he's reading out of it. He's like, plunge a knife into a human sacrificial offering.
What he says is just like...
I just love at this point in the movie, everything is totally screwed. Their lives are practically over.
I think another weird thing about Warren Oates is that I'm considering how many westerns he was in. I imagine him as like only ever existing in this older time.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden, here he is in the contemporary '70s talking about satanic sacrificial offerings.
And he's like in his RV.
It's just very
real random thing too with that movie is it really hits the RV craze of the 70s and 80s of like that movie. Hills Have Eyes randomly is another one, and then like Lost in America. Of these movies where it's like all these movies where it's like, you can get in RVs and drive wherever you want, and that is like you'd had Airstreams before that, but as far as like you can drive these things around was a novel idea at the time, and I think mostly got a lot of horror out of that. Now it was a horror trope. Now obviously,
even in something like Lost in America, it's a comedy, but it is about like what the bad that comes with doing that.
And in a strange way, is certain ways a horror movie. Which is weird to say. Also, you randomly had a precursor to that was the Van movie, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Even the Mystery Machine is a whole concept of like these ideas of let's jump in the van or the RV and go look at these old houses or look at this old thing and all the horror that comes out of that. But it's just a really random thing to put Warren Oates and Peter Fonda in.
And it should be said, like the Blu-rays we own of these, it comes with Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry, another Peter Fonda movie, which both movies have incredibly shocking, abrupt
we don't
endings.
want to talk about. You just need to go see.
There's a decent chance we'll end up doing Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry.
We'll probably do Race with the Devil eventually too. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah,
but specifically,
but we called that on. We caught
Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry
on TV, and we
thought it was like halfway through the movie, and then it just
then the movie ends the way it does, and we're like, "That's the end." Like it's just shocking, like outright shocking. But
it's nuts.
Anyways, he was a staple of not really necessarily the whole AIP movies in the same way Peter Fonda was, but a lot of these kind of B westerns,
and Corman movies.
But with Peckinpah, I think Peckinpah was one of the few directors that really saw the poetry of Oates, and mostly had him in these supporting roles. But this is one of the few times he is front and center, the lead of the movie. Right. How do you perceive of him as the lead of this movie?
Well, I'll say this now. we watched this movie in 2019, which as of this recording was about 3 years ago. Yeah. Around the same time, I think that we first saw The Getaway, which we'll maybe talk about a little bit later, is another forgettable nothing burger movie, mainly because of the leads. But that I don't remember a whole lot about this movie, and we'll be rewatching it, and I will remember the. I think
one of the most memorable things is the way he looks.
Yes, and visuals. So I'm assuming he's great in the movie. I don't know because he's Warren Oates.
Yeah. I remember liking him because I like him, right. But the movie itself is like. It's not worthy of him being the lead of it, frankly. Yeah. But when you think of this movie, you think of him in his white suit. You think of him in those glasses, dark sunglasses,
and, looking like garbage and stinking and playing piano and shooting people and talking to heads in cars and putting them in showers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember him a whole lot in the movie, but I know he's great, so, yeah. Isla Vega as Alita. She's kind of this weird figure in the movie where she used to be with Alfredo Garcia. It says that she is Benny's girlfriend now, and it says she's a maid at a ghetto motel is what it says. But that she tells him he's gonna go look for him, and she says, he actually died in a car crash, by the way. Yeah. But that she's still kind of in love with him, and so sadly, and this is a case with most women roles in Peckinpah's movies, are very reductive. Even something like Ride the High Country of Mariette Hartley, I felt like
which was a commodity being traded or passed around.
And that's definitely the case with Susan George and Straw Dogs.
Yeah. That was probably his most talked about or controversial with regards to women movies.
But I feel like this is another one because there's a whole rape sequence in this also involving Chris Christopherson.
Well, but I guess this didn't even have the notoriety though of that movie or the
because that movie was a massive deal and very controversial. This was not as much. And part of that is because I think in that time period, people were just like they did by the end of the 70s with Francis Ford Coppola and into the 80s, just tired of the whole Peckinpah shtick. They were just kind of like, this drunkard, blackballed,
and for
crazy filmmaker.
I would say for all his brilliance, there is a certain lack of depth and lack of shades to some of his movies. I feel like he has a few shades he can play with, and works within them very powerfully, but sometimes repeats or just gives something like this. It's like, okay, well, because there is, I think, you really put Wild Bunch and say Pat Garrett and Bill the Kid beside each other, and they're both great in their own ways. Like, there's a poetry and soulfulness to Pat Garrett, I remember.
That's his most sincere
movie. And the Wild Bunch,
movie,
though, has this sense of, like, back against the wall camaraderie amongst those characters that grant it a lot of power it has. And so he's got some different brilliant shades he can work with, but they're not as dense or as large or wide as some
and
other
even as somebody
are.
Who likes Straw Dogs, that kind of plays with the idea of just a international nihilism of the 70s and how these average everyday mathematicians, what lies beneath their exterior. And I think that there's a lot to that movie. I kind of beat the drum for that movie, even though it's problematic, and we'll talk more about that in a little while. But that's all to say that all of his movies have a female problem. Not that they're the problem, that he's the problem.
Yeah, right.
And that, I feel like I don't remember a whole lot about her in the movie other than this kind of mode through which people find out information about other men, more or less. Yeah. And so a lot of people did talk about this movie in the sense of their kind of romance being sort of having some sort of depth. Yeah. We'll see about that. I don't really remember that particularly.
Yeah.
But sadly, she's not one of the memorable aspects of this movie, but that goes part and parcel with the rest of his filmography. So, Robert Webber and Gig Young as the bounty hunters in the movie, as Sappensley and Johnny Quill.
Now go on their faces again.
Yeah. Now, Robert Webber was in a lot of stuff.
He's the guy that was in. Oh gosh,
he was in 12 Angry Men as the main
Harper. The guy that says old stick.
I forgot about him. Yeah, he is in that. Yeah, I normally think of him the most in. Was he in that?
Harper.
Oh, Harper. Yeah, I forgot that was that
old stick.
Yeah, I think of him most in 12 Angry Men.
12 Angry Men is the biggest thing he was in.
He's the 12th juror. He's kind of, he's number 12. But, on opening night. But yeah, that's the main kind of thing I think of him in. He's in a movie called Dollar Sign.
Yeah, it's got Warren Beatty. That's a Warren Beatty movie I've not seen.
The Dirty Dozen, he's also in.
Mm-hmm.
He's in a lot of random stuff. I mean...
Flatfoot in
Midway
Hong Kong.
Also, wait, that's a movie?
Right there.
Flatfoot in Hong Kong. Oh my God. It's part of a tetralogy of sorts. Wow. Anyway, so... Yeah, he's mostly those kind of SOB, old man. Remember that movie?
Yeah.
Blake Edwards movie. Did Blake Edwards ever make a good movie, by the way? Because all I hear is people say bad things about
Breakfast
him all
at
the
Tiffany's,
time.
a lot of people like.
So he made that. He made...
What Did You Do in the War, Daddy? That's a
Experiment
classic
in Terror.
60s title.
Yeah. Wow. The Great Race. Made those Pink Panther movies. I think he did, though, make some of those movies 10, some of those Dudley Moore movies that I'm interested in. But anyway, that's all to say. Robert Webber is, he's in a very male actor in a lot of random stuff. Now, Gig Young is a little bit more known. He was in one of my favorite episodes of Twilight Zone, Walking Distance.
Mm-hmm.
He was also in, I think his biggest role was in They Shoot Horses, Don't They, as the MC in that. Then Sergeant York.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he goes back to the 40s.
Yeah, just like a lot of movies he was uncredited in early on. Lust for Gold. They Made Me a Killer. Looking through a lot of random movies here. Yeah, They Shoot Horses, Don't They is the biggest one. A Ticklish Affair. Kid Galahad, the remake. He was also later in The Killer Elite, another Peckinpah movie I haven't seen, with James Caan and Robert Duvall. You can tell he was really like, let me get them in a movie, and it's like, yep, and it's not all that good from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Let's see about TV. Of course, it's everything. Yep. The Great Ice Ripoff.
Sherlock Holmes in New York.
Yeah. McLeod. But yeah, so I know the biggest thing about them I've always heard is that people read into that as being like a homosexual coded relationship of some sort.
Yeah.
I don't really remember getting that at all from the movie, but we'll see, I suppose. But yeah, they're kind of in and out of the movie as a sort of, I guess, pseudo-comic relief.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're also looking for the head, I suppose. So we'll talk more about them in the movie. Helmut Dantine, one of my favorite names, as Max.
This guy has glasses in it.
Yes, I think he's like one of the go-between guys for the money. One of the what do you call that? The middleman or whatever. He was in Casablanca as a desperate refugee.
Mm-hmm.
I remember him in that. Mrs. Miniver I've never seen, but Desperate Journey. This is only a partial filmography. Edge of Darkness, Alexander the Great, Hollywood Canteen, which of course everybody's in. Helmut Dantine in Hollywood Canteen. I mean, if you can't remember that. Movie called, one of my favorite titles ever, Fraulein. Tempest. He's not in a lot of stuff. He was also in Killer Elite.
Okay.
I guess it was like, that movie was made right after this, so I guess they're like, hey, you want to be in another movie? He's like, yeah.
Anything going on?
Yeah, I don't remember him a lot in the movie other than his death. I guess this is a spoiler, but Emilio Fernandez is El Jefe. Emilio Fernandez was a director and actor. He was most famous for being Mapache in The Wild Bunch.
Mm-hmm.
He was kind of one of the most famous directors in Mexican film history, particularly around that time. Also was a notorious sexual assault allegations against him all throughout his career. A lot of them being on the Wild Bunch set, which weren't really dealt with in any way.
Yeah.
So, he's not in this movie a whole lot. He pretty much plays the exact same role as he does in the Wild Bunch, except not as good and not in it as much.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on him in the Wild Bunch, let's say, particularly?
Well, to know all that about his history, it matches with who the character he's portraying is, which is just like ostensibly the antagonist of the Wild Bunch in some way, even though Robert Ryan, I guess he kind of is. I don't know. That whole movie's kind of messy with that, but
rightfully so.
But basically, he is ostensibly the antagonist of it, of the kind of this revolutionary Mexican general who himself has become in many ways the autocrat that many of those revolutionaries were trying to get rid of or rid themselves of. I think he's good for what that role demands, but it's also not the least bit surprising to hear those things about him too, because
he was a very prolific filmmaker. I know in Mexican history. But that's just something that needs to be brought up. The book talked a lot about that, thankfully, and kind of said that often. But the Wild Bunch book. But yeah, he's not in this a whole lot that I remember. The last two people here are Chris Christopherson as the biker and Donnie Fritz as the second biker. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is Chris Christopherson's first movie role. He was before that, obviously, a musician, and then did a lot of acting after that. Let me see, though. No, actually, that's not true. He was in the last movie, and I knew he had some of his music was in the movie. But I think this is one of his bigger roles.
Pat Garrett and Billy Kid, he would have been in.
Oh, of course.
It was before that.
Duh. Why did I not think of that? Somewhere I had seen that somebody made a big deal about. Oh, maybe that was more thinking about before he was like a big breakout performer.
Yeah, because Alice doesn't live here anymore. He's bigger than that.
I think that's
later,
what it was.
A Star is Born.
Right, and then Heaven's Gate later. Yeah. And some got ourselves a con.
I think we talked about Christopherson back when we did the Planet of the Apes remake pod, which he's in. We really love Chris Christopherson.
But yeah, and I feel bad forgetting he was in Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. He's great, totally great in that. But The Gospel Road, A Story of Jesus. What is that? It's not a movie. Oh wait, it is okay.
Double
it's
album.
A soundtrack to a movie.
Okay.
A soundtrack album by Johnny Cash. What? Anyway, I guess he played Jesus in the modern day? I don't know. And then Donnie Fritz, I've never heard of him. He was also a musician, worked a lot with Chris Christopherson. He was his keyboardist.
So they're probably like, hey, you just want to be in this thing?
I mean, charts as a songwriter, Easy to Love, You're Gonna Love Yourself in the Morning, Choo Choo Train, We Had It All, You're Gonna Love Yourself in the Morning 3 times, it looks like, and Breakfast in Bed twice. That whole scene is so ridiculous and awful, and we'll talk about it when we get to it, and I'm sad that he had anything to do with that. But, I mean, we love Chris Christopherson and Total Saint. Great in everything, but particularly 2 movies that come to mind for me are obviously Pat Garrett, which didn't come to mind for me earlier, but Heaven's Gate and The Lone Star are kind of the
Trouble
two.
in Mind.
And Trouble in Mind, of course.
Yeah.
My brain is just taking a big doo-doo today. A big doo-doo. What is it that you do? So, yeah, that's the cast. Sam Peckinpah.
This is,
before we get to that.
The cast in general, I think one of the things that makes it suffer a little bit as a movie is it doesn't have that ensemble nature that, say, the Wild Bunch does. Pat Garrett Billy Kid really isn't.
But it has these very strong leads.
Watching Major Dundee, I mean, that has clear leads, but it also feels like a community of people involved in it. And I think, like, putting all this on the shoulders of Warren Oates, is great, there's not a lot for him to work with in terms of a lot of scene partners. You think that was very
it's just him talking to a head, basically. By the way, I was going to talk about this later, but I'm bringing it up now. It feels like him doing that is a very Al Swearingen in Deadwood, talking to the Native American head. Feels like it's taken directly from this and very inspired by that. Which is weird to see something that was inspired by Westerns that in the modern day of that moment be referenced in a Western thing in the past again later. Which is just random. But
Sam Peckinpah, I don't even know really where to start with this. You know more about him than even I do. How did he, for you, fit into not only the changes that the Western genre was going through at the time he was making things, but also just in general film culture? What did he upset or change about that?
Yeah, well, I think of him in the sort of... Now, obviously, Sam Fuller had been a filmmaker well before him, had made movies for a long time. both of them are veterans. That's important to make a
veterans
distinction.
of the Second World War.
Yeah, that Peckinpah, I think, was mostly at the end of the war in China, I think, or Japan. I can't remember where. But a lot of the things that I think it was China, because it was during the Communist Revolution that he continued. Yeah. And a lot of the things that he saw there, and intense violence that affected him. But that I think that what I wrote down on the paper here when I made the outline, I wrote Peckinpah, the googly artiste, as a joke. Yeah. But that what I think ultimately, and I wrote this a little further down, is that I think about his place in New Hollywood is that he's an experimentalist. I'm thinking of it anyway. I wrote that he's an experimentalist in traditional American values, in the sense that he obviously loves the Western, comes out of the Western very definitively. A big inspiration for this movie in particular was The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, another, not a Western, but a very influence. Well, in a way, it is a Western, though. It's
yet another kind of neo-Western
treasure movie Western. But that I think that with his movies are all very clearly modern and very postmodern as far as the way they view violence, the way they view sexuality, their editing, their style. But ultimately, when you boil his movies down, they're all about the same things that Westerns and these types of movies have been about for forever. And you could say that about any Westerns, I guess, but particularly that his movies are very much about loyalty, camaraderie, honor, and I guess just the greed and the nihilism of not only the era, but what lies in the human soul.
Yeah.
And that his movies have this distinction of being incredibly violent, disgusting, repulsive movies that also are almost unmatched in their ability to entertain. That's something that Pauline Kael admitted with The Wild Bunch, and she's somebody who didn't overall like, violence in movies, had kind of a problem with often. But that she very, I said often sounded like sacrificial offering, but that he was somebody that I think with, and we can kind of go through his movies sort of that we've seen, but that with Ride the High Country already was dealing very explicitly in those kind of Western archetypes of themes, but in this way that was totally modern and more realistic to the period, I suppose, but still was weirdly romantic, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's what's strange about a lot of his Westerns is they're known as these very revisionist Westerns, and they have like an unsentimental look at sex and violence that was part of the Western, and I think that's largely true, but it also is romantic in certain ways as far as the way friendship, and you think of like that crew in the Wild Bunch, how they are gonna, they know they're likely gonna die, but rally together and have one last hurrah. There is a weird romanticism to that.
To save their friend who's been captured, who they basically let be captured. Right. But they feel bad about it.
And then the whole Robert Ryan's character's whole proximity to all that he feels removed from it, and they're now his enemies, but in some ways he wants to give way to the same impulses that they're still able to do. And so, I think another movie that's interesting like that is something like McCabe and Mrs. Miller, where obviously the Altman's take on the revisionist Western is one that, again, is known as being, it's unsentimental about the West, but it has a weird romanticism even still in the Western. So I think what you saw with a lot of these revisionist Westerns of this whole New Hollywood era and period was this acknowledgement that, hey, let's actually present these as violent as the literal world would have been. But also this yearning to go back to a time that was, quote, well, it was violent, but it was like a more cut and dry violence compared to what we're dealing with now with the Black Power movement or with the Vietnam War, all these like moral complexities. And it's a weird dance between giving this older time a moral complexity that it of course really had, while also saying, but we still kind of like it, and we still kind of wish we could go back to that, though, right? And I think Peckinpah is a fascinating example of someone who clearly has a lot of contempt for humanity, but still is interested in working with characters that have flashes enough here and there of a humanity yet demolished or destroyed, that there is still something behind that is worth fighting for, protecting, even though the lion's share of the world is one that needs to be burned down.
Yeah, and there's a big theme that W.K. Stratton talked a lot about in the Wild Bunch book, which, by the way, I'll say quickly that the book I had kind of some issues with, not any of the information that was portrayed or put forth, but just was kind of a little bit, that's like that guy's favorite movie, and it was a little too involved in his love of it. He thinks it's like the best movie ever made or something, which it is one of the best movies ever made, but in a certain extent, but is a little too lovey-dovey on it. And
you think there's room that he could have critiqued certain things about
well,
the
either
Bunch?
that or just not been as into it and just been a little more observant of the but that he talked about that one of the big themes of Peckinpah in his movies is about technology, modern technologies, destruction of humanity. But we're not talking about like Strange Days, Crimes of the Future here. We're talking about automobiles.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the level he's on of like seeing the
or even maybe like the Gatling gun,
right, and
like,
things like that. And yes, and like modern war, I guess, for that period. But that ultimately, that's what a lot of his movies are about, is that kind of destruction of humanity through these new technologies or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, he still sees a worth in humanity, but these things are diluting it, is what he's saying. But I'm not really sure how the automobile does that, but okay.
I think sometimes something that, not just about Peckinpah, but about the revisionist Western, we can even talk about how maybe the Leone films fit into this too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because they're going for something a little different. But there's a huge, I think, misconception sometimes that like somebody like who's known as the most classical director of the genre, like say John Ford, that these movies are getting ahead of him and are kind of a more angry, quote, realistic version of the Western. I mean, John Ford's own Westerns were themselves becoming more nuanced and complex as he made more of them. I mean, you look at the John Ford of the late 30s or early 40s is not the same John Ford who makes something like Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. So it's just naturally the genre. It's one of those classically American genres, but by this point in filmmaking history, there naturally was a desire to do something different or something more with it, which of course was something that somebody like Peckinpah, who was obviously younger than Ford would have been, was more inclined to revel in that brutality or that inhumanity in a way that had maybe previously not been done before. Yeah. But I feel as though, the Western, after it went, once it got into the 80s, and of course they made a lot less Westerns in the 80s, started to be a little bit more of a return to heroism and a return to form. I think of something like in the 90s, something like Tombstone.
Yeah.
That's a movie that weirdly is...
Wyatt Earp is another
it's a post-Peckinpah Western, but it's almost moving past the moral complexities and more interested in just depicting violence in a more horrific way.
Yeah.
There are clear heroes and villains, you know what I mean? And,
right.
And it's almost forgetting some of the lessons that Peckinpah had brought to it with his movies.
Yeah.
You mentioned Ride the High Country. Major Dundee was something we also recently just saw. Mm-hmm. That was one I particularly really loved, and I liked Ride the High Country too. But one thing I really appreciated about Major Dundee was it situating itself during the Civil War, and its clear divide between what the values and the the motivations behind the Union characters versus the Confederate characters, and then you had obviously kind of Latino or Mexican characters. You had obviously Native American, Apache. I think that was the main tribe in that, and then also the black characters also. And what I love about something like Major Dundee is that was a concoction of a plot or a story that was very inclusive in terms of a lot of different people having a lot of different reasons for going out and doing this mission or this thing in a way that some older westerns, classical Hollywood westerns, lack the inclination or interest to even talk about how or why these various peoples are coming together for a common cause.
Right.
What about Major Dundee for you was evolution in your own understanding of Peckinpah?
I think it's actually his most it's his grandest movie.
I wonder if is that the movie that had the quote biggest budget, or Wild Bunch have a bigger budget than that?
Well, I'd have to look, but I know that
I'll look that up.
Well, it's for you look up the Wild Bunch for Major Dundee. It was $3.8 million, and it underperformed. But what was Wild Bunch?
That was $6 million.
Yeah, so I mean, he eventually, but
for
Major
the time, Dundee feels like
that was a lot of
movie.
money. Well, and also the movie was supposed to be, I think the original cut was 4.5 hours long.
Yeah,
and then they cut it down to like a little over 2 hours. But I mean, it feels like that's about enough. I mean, I could see it being way longer, but at the same time, it's like okay. But that's what's weird is it feels like it's in that mode of the like 50s, 60s movie of like the big movie like Gone with the Wind-esque.
Well, even having somebody like Heston be the lead in it. Yeah.
And so it feels like that, but it's actually like I said, the tapestry of characters it creates is very inclusive, and they have their own issues with each other, but they're all ultimately Americans, I feel like is what the movie's saying. And even the Confederates that are there. Like,
and that was one of the more odder elements of the movie, and I did love the movie, is Charlton Heston even being the lead in it. He doesn't feel like a very Peckinpah avatar or lead of a Peckinpah movie. I mean, somebody like William Holden, who of course had been in more classical Hollywood stuff, he has enough of a grit and a dark side that I just do not quite see from Heston as a lead performer of that era of Hollywood. He's an odd fit. I think he does good with it. I mean, I don't think he's bad exactly. Richard Harris's character, I think, is one of the most interesting characters of that whole movie. Of course, being a Confederate officer who now has to unwillingly basically be on the side of the Union in their pursuit of the Apache, basically for this revenge. But and Richard Harris is just naturally also a better actor than Heston was, but he also has more to work with too, it should be said. But so obviously Wild Bunch came after Major Dundee, and it's, you were just kind of alluding to, it's frankly a shock that Wild Bunch even had as many resources as it did going into it after Major Dundee underperformed. But then Wild Bunch was one of the biggest, most popular, most talked about movies of 1969, was it? It came out. What about the Wild Bunch in particular do you think spoke to the time it was made, and what about that book did it maybe reveal or talk about?
I mean, it talked about
the culmination of that.
Well, it talked about it on a very basic level, obviously, of what everybody says is the violence and the nihilism of the 60s kind of coming to this cathartic crescendo.
That was when like Vietnam was kind of at its most chaotic states.
Yeah, and that ultimately a lot of people didn't see it with that sort of catharsis. That's what Peckinpah was going for with the violence, and that he felt that he would want to purge America of its, of all the violence it had seen, and that a lot of people just didn't want to do that, frankly. But that the movie originally came out of the idea from these like stuntmen, basically. Originally, Lee Marvin was going to be in it. Waylon Green, the screenwriter, came on, did a basically kind of polished the whole thing up. And Peckinpah, who was originally going to make some other movies, came onto it and marshaled all the resources he could get out of that. He kind of came back to Warner Brothers when it was bought by those Seven Arts or whatever it's called. And they that's I think why it ultimately got made, is because Warner Brothers was in this weird transitional period where people were just throwing money at different things, and that's kind of what came out of that. So it kind of lined up at the perfect time for everybody, I think, even for the country too, for that movie to come out. And obviously from the very opening, it's incredibly violent, incredibly in your face and it's still pretty extreme for now. I mean, now it's not as bad, but I know when it got an X rating, at the time. But when it was re-released, I think in the '90s, it got an NC-17. I think even still.
Really?
Yeah.
That's mostly almost exclusively owed to the violence.
Right. Yeah.
Because the movie doesn't have a whole lot of sexuality to it.
No, it has some, and a lot of that had been cut out of the original version. What has been restored to it now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think what people get out of that is that sort of catharsis, and to see the West as it was for a lot of people, and it's a later it's 1913. I mean, it's like as close as you can get to the end of the West. But I think what people enjoyed about it also is it was made in Mexico with the actors that were in it, and that it was given a lot more of a scope than. Because it's interesting, because I forget what a scope the movie has, because I think of it still as this very, how you put it, like, more insular character study of these certain people, and it actually is, I forget sometimes about what a big kind of movie it is as far as its scope and the characters and all the different people there are in it, but that I guess that's part of the joy of the movie, is that it feels smaller than it actually is, and that's because of what the movie's about, ultimately.
And like what was true with a lot of these early New Hollywood movies of the time, whether it be Bonnie and Clyde, whether it be Easy Rider, Wild Bunch literally changed the way filmmaking was done, in particular editing. I mean, and I think it was interesting to see Major Dundee and then think about the Wild Bunch, that, it feels like the Wild Bunch, as far as movies I've seen, really was his chance, and with his team of editors, to really do something more unconventional than what was traditionally done with not only the Western, but movies in general. Yeah. As far as from the very beginning of that movie, that first shootout in the Wild Bunch, like the cuts, and you still see somebody falling from out of a window while the shooting's going on. It just leads to this very strange sensation of watching a shootout that you've never really seen before and really haven't seen since, and as much even movies that try to copy it in terms of the way literally he cuts and edits.
The only movie that I've seen that I can think of that does something similar to that, as far as trying to let you see the scope of everything happening, is Woodstock, which came out a year later, as far as literally cutting the screen into multiple screens to show as much footage as they could.
Yeah.
And that's a documentary, and it's weird for a movie, and a lot of his movies do that, but I feel like that's after this. Mm-hmm. But I feel like the Wild Bunch is the biggest version of that, of making sure you get the full scope of the carnage that is happening, and that while this thing over here is happening, this thing's happening at the same time, and that he can do all that by simply cutting between those. Because even a movie like Straw Dogs, which kind of uses that a little bit, is on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
And other movies of his are on smaller scales. This is the biggest scale he got to do something like that. You saw a little bit of that with Major Dundee, but it wasn't with the same experimentation, I guess, as this was with the Wild Bunch.
But we've touched on Straw Dogs already, but that was a movie that, as we said, was wildly controversial when it came out, and that's him working with what was at that moment a huge, big new star of the time in Dustin Hoffman. Again, it's one of those, even when it's not officially a Western, it traffics in a lot of Western-y tropes or archetypes, but of course is much more contemporary and is, is it in England or...
Yeah, it was in England.
I can't remember Scotland in particular where it was. But, and it's basically like a home invasion movie, almost a horror movie of sorts.
Yeah.
What does Straw Dogs do you add to his, or what his evolution was at that time, or kind of a new dimension maybe to him as a filmmaker?
Well, I'll kind of think about the metaphor of the movie, I think, and say is that the movie opens with children playing in a graveyard, which is just, wow, you already know what
the Wild Bunch opens with that famous, scorpion being eaten by ants.
I think that was something that Emilio Fernandez, or either he or one of the other Mexican actors, said that children used to do that when they were younger because they didn't have anything else to do, is to literally feed a scorpion to red ants and then set them all on fire. It's just like, wow. Mm-hmm. But that Straw Dogs literally opens with children playing in a graveyard. Like you said, that kind of goes with those ideas, I guess. And ends with Dustin Hoffman and David Warner's character driving away, Dustin Hoffman kind of smiling. And ultimately, I think what that strangely, what the movie is about is a sort of resurrection or rebirth of a person who has been beaten down by the violence of society and finally lashes back out at the people who need that to happen to them. Although at the cost of his own wife, his cat, his home, his safety, his everything that happens in that movie. So it's not a clean break of a... It's a very messy, ugly, nihilistic movie that still says everywhere. Because if it's weird, because the movie ultimately is saying, oh, America's too violent, so I moved to England. And then it's like, oh, well, we're here in England, this is the way we do things. And it's kind of like, so is the whole world this way? Because I feel like that's what the movie's saying, is like that the whole world is a hellhole. And that, but by the end, it's kind of, I guess, about those interpersonal sacrifices that people make. And so... in that way, I feel like that's ultimately what the movie's about, is sort of a rebirth in a way. Now, one of the movies we skipped over here that we haven't seen yet is The Ballad of Cable Hogue, which is one of his more low-key movies, I guess you'd say. Also, Junior Bonner, which we haven't seen, with Steve McQueen, which is a more...
Has a reputation of being his most un-Peckinpah
right,
film.
It's like a PG
It's like his
movie,
straight story, basically.
yeah. But that it's interesting that he made that in the midst of some of those movies that he was operating on those levels. I find interesting, but
another movie, his The Getaway, which I'll be honest, didn't leave much of an impression on me. I mean, I thought it was entertaining enough, and I know a lot of people have a lot of affection for it. But it's kind of like what you alluded to earlier. Both Steve McQueen and Ally McGraw, I don't particularly love or find all that compelling as performers. Especially Steve McQueen. And so I remember liking that movie fine enough, but it has a reputation as being, real good or fun, and I was a little bit let down by that.
It's a lot like those movies of that time, as far as it reminds me a lot of the Sugarland Express, randomly, some of the locations that are used. And that reminds me of Ben Johnson, who's not in the movie. So I'm kind of just like, okay. Randomly has some Godfather actors the same year that came out, I guess, what's his name? Well, first of all, it has Al Neary in it, in like one scene. And then it also has, it was 1972, let's see, it came out in December. So it was at the end of the year. But, Al Lettieri, who was, Sollozzo.
Yeah.
Slim Pickens is also in that, I forgot. Richard Bright, who was Al Neary in that. That guy. Wow. And that guy, Jack Dodson, who was, of course, in Mayberry RFD, also as Dub Taylor. But anyway, that movie, I just remember tries to make that a love story, kind of trying to do like a Bonnie and Clyde type thing, and I honestly feel like he accomplished more strangely in this movie and Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia than you would have in that, just because the leads are bland as hell. Yeah. But that's just because they're Ally McGraw and Steve McQueen. But
we've already talked a little bit about...
How was Robert Evans involved in the making of that film? Not at all, you say? Probably.
You have to keep watching The Offer to find out, I guess.
Yeah.
Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, we've already alluded to that a little bit. That, I think, is one of his most interesting and, for me, haunting movies. Has a rare performance by Bob Dylan also that always can't help but think. I mean, Knocking on Heaven's Door,
Beans.
I guess was came out of and written
well,
for
supposedly Peckinpah didn't even know who he was.
It's just baffling to think of, but knowing how ornery he was, I'm also not all that surprised, I guess.
He probably lied.
How does Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, where does it fit into his canon for you as far as
like I said, that's probably his best movie. I think it's ultimately about some of the same ideas that would be explored in the assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford.
Andrew Dominic
is the idea that nobody felt worse about killing Billy the Kid than Pat Garrett did. Same thing with Bob Ford and Jesse James. And that idea of what happens between two people,
and you're not so different,
right? And that sort of, which I know Billy the Kid randomly has a reputation of actually not being that bad of a guy. supposedly, or something. I'm not sure about that either way. I mean, he robbed people, so he couldn't have been that good of a guy.
Yeah.
But among those gunslinging people, though, and robbers, that he was more... he was a nicer guy or whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, and kind of the myth making of the West and what happens to the people who destroy those myths, and kind of that they can't be allowed to live. That sort of idea, I think, was very interesting. Judge Roy Bean is kind of similar, certain ideas about that. So that was something that was starting to happen in the 70s with these kind of revisionist westerns. Was that, okay, let's think about the romanticism, but let's think about it in a more realistic way. Another version of that, of course, was Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, which is revisionist, but it's still a little more romantic, more comedic. But that was common around that time to make that type of movie.
Not quite a new Hollywood movie, but being made as just film was changing in general, so it's beholden to some of those changes without necessarily being a new Hollywood movie.
Yeah,
right. But and then there's this, and then we've not seen many of his movies.
No, I haven't seen The Killer Elite or Convoy or The Osterman Weekend or any of those. No, I haven't seen really any of those.
But as I said earlier, this has a reputation as being one of his most idiosyncratic expressions. And as we also said, it's not exactly a Western because it's contemporary in the 70s, but in many ways
Cross of Iron was another one I was trying to think of.
Is a Western in terms of the archetypes, setting, nihilism that was present in his other representations of it. We've been dancing around it already, I guess, and said some things, but how does this fit into his own evolution or his place as an artist within Hollywood?
Well, I wrote down there that it's, as far as this time period, made by United Artists, or, he made it and then sold it to United Artists, because United Artists would buy people's movies, essentially. It was like a weird early way to make independent movies, sort of, that were of more esteem than something like the AIP movies were. But it's him at his most indulgent. It's him at his most like, I want to make this movie. This is what I'm about. This is me. And you look at it and you're like, okay. But I feel like it does kind of marry his nihilism with his romanticism about kind of the relationships in the movie, about, this is what I want to be, but this is what I am.
Yeah.
And I think that's ultimately where it fits in. As far as it has a certain dark comedy.
Yeah, it does.
And I feel like that's something that is in his movies throughout, but is in this maybe the most of his movies. So
yeah, and he represents
the Lollipop Guild.
We represent the
Lollipop Guild.
You mentioned it earlier, and we've talked about this in the past on here. Coppola being a director who was making some pretty successful movies, but was testing the limits of what directors could get away with. Michael Cimino would famously be one of these. Obviously, Peckinpah, in many ways, is the granddaddy of all these guys in terms of having some of the most absurd, ridiculous behavior.
Yeah.
And being a raging alcoholic.
I think he got so mad at... supposedly during this movie, he was basically halfway functioning. I think during Pat Garrett, he literally would sit down most of the day and wouldn't move. He was that bad shape.
I mean, I can't help but see what the results of this movie are. There's a lack of control.
Yeah.
And the specificity with this that you see in something like even Major Dundee, which is a bigger movie, or The Wild Bunch in particular. Especially Straw Dogs, I feel like was some of his most precise filmmaking was in that. You can't help but shrug and go, well, that's what happens when you act like a alcoholic, manic nut job. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean,
your focus as a filmmaker, as an artist, starts to wane.
I guess he just wasn't made for these times. Because, a little later on in the 80s and 90s, we would start to see that resurgence of independent filmmaking, and that where people would be able to do what they wanted to do. But that wasn't the world they lived in. And now that was sort of the case, in the 70s. But his behavior just did not behoove anyone. I mean, literally, he got so mad at the cut that they made of Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, he literally pissed on the screen.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Well, who's going to put up with that kind of behavior?
Right.
You know, it's just like...
and unless you're just making hit after hit after hit...
Right. And his movies were losing some money around that
so
time.
That's perfect opportunity to just cut him down to size, basically, somebody like him, you know.
Because this movie was made for $1.5 million. It only made $700,000. So it made less than half.
Right.
And so he was happy with it, though. So,
yeah,
you know, whatever, I guess.
Where, for you, does Peckinpah rank in terms of these new Hollywood filmmakers? And he's a little bit different in terms of, he's kind of like some, you know, LeMay, or directors that preceded New Hollywood,
Altman's
but then, who some of their work, Kubrick,
let's say Frankenheimer,
Kubrick too, like who their work kind of precedes New Hollywood, but because of the changing fashion of the day, were allowed to do other different things. When you think of New Hollywood, what exactly is Sam Peckinpah's place in it? I think of him, frankly, in a more genre.
That's what I was going to say. Is
that
is that I was going to say that this is not at all to diminish him and my love for his movies. But when I think of him, I think of, he's like the best of that lower tier, basically. It's like you've got the Coppolas, the Scorseses, the Altmans, the Ashbys, the whoever. You got them people up there. And then you've got like that kind of lesser group of people that made mostly genre-y stuff, or Cassavetes I'd kind of put up, but he's kind of in his own area. But yeah, I'd say Peckinpah's kind of the top of that group of filmmakers as far as the more genre-y movies. That he ultimately did make genre movies. That's what he made. He made westerns.
He didn't make apologies for that either.
No, and that's fine, but that he made the best types of those that you can make of that era, particularly the 70s, when it was late 60s, early 70s, when it was getting to the point where westerns were dead, you know, basically, and that he was the only one who was making any that were particularly interesting, because you saw other movies like The Hired Hand, The Gunfighter, some of those movies that and Monty Hellman made a few of, The Shootist, Ride with the Whirlwind, but that a lot of those were going into these more independent or directions like that. And so then you have the last movie.
In some ways, though, I mean, his decline is comparable to somebody like Hal Ashby's, who I think Ashby made better movies overall, but you know, they had a time and a place, and unfortunately they faded out, and they weren't able to last in the same way that, you know, what a rarity it is for people like Spielberg or Scorsese to last through the decades, because even some of the best, most well-behaved, a lot of these guys faded out to some extent, you know, over the years. But there is something almost beautifully true about Peckinpah, the artist, giving way to his own self-destructive tendencies, unfortunately, which is bad. But it feels like it reflects the man that he seemed to be through his movies. You know what I mean? It feels like that exudes, or that comes through in many ways, who he was as a person. And in that way, his personality, even in his bad movies, was always there and present and beating. And I think this is an example of that.
Yeah. So I guess to wrap this up before we get to the trailer and the movie, why are we doing this one, do you think?
Well, I think we were coming up with...
for his movies and then also the crime movies specifically.
Well, I think, you know, when we were coming up with these various crime movies, we were kind of... Obviously, we did one from the 30s, and then we jumped ahead, and we're going to do a lot from the 70s, and then a lot after that. It was just one of those movies, frankly, that naturally, when we're going through the timeline, it's just like, oh, we've not done a Sam Peckinpah movie. This is one to do. Would I rather have we maybe done other Peckinpah movies maybe before this? Sure. But what it also represents, as we said, is his most unvarnished movie in some ways. And so there is a lurid purity to this that even some of his better movies lack. You know, even something like Major Dundee doesn't even exactly have. And it's also, again, for him, this whole movie is a little bit of a novelty because it's not a period piece. It is a contemporary movie to its time. So naturally, that makes it just an important statement for him to make on what his reflection of American culture was at that time. And this being his reflection of not only American, but I guess also Mexican culture, tells us a lot about not only what those cultures were, but also his own worldview or conception of those cultures.
Yeah.
But why for you? Anything else?
I think that's pretty much it. I mean, I think it's just that it's a little bit of a different crime movie for this time period, and it kind of, I think, is an interesting look at what can happen with a crime movie and the Western, kind of the marriage of those two things, and how the crime movie takes so much from the Western. We've already kind of talked about that when we talked about Each Don't I Die, I think, as far as the Western and the gangster movie of those eras. And but I feel like, this is kind of a weird look, because we really could have done The Getaway. That would have been more of the movie to do, I think. But this is a far more interesting and version of that type of thing, I think, than that would be.
Absolutely. So you're going to hear the trailer for,
and it's very much,
it's Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. It's beautifully 70s. Has some things we were laughing about, and so you'll hear the trailer for that, and then we're going to get right into the movie.
This is Alfredo Garcia. He's about to become a very important man.
We are looking for an old buddy of ours, a compadre named Alfredo Garcia.
A private army is scouring 3 countries to find Alfredo Garcia.
Well, don't worry, if he's alive, I'll find him. Alive isn't our problem.
Someone has offered $1 million for his head.
If I ever get my hands on him, I'm gonna kill him. All we ever require from you is physical proof that Garcia is dead.
And we're prepared to settle for his head.
Bring me the head of Alfredo Garcia. This man will become an animal.
Alfredo's our saint. He's a saint of our money.
I want to take it to him.
I love you. This woman's dreams of love will be destroyed.
I've been here before. You don't know the way.
Innocent people will suffer.
With Alfredo's help, we can do anything, honey.
Holy ground will be desecrated.
You don't want me to be part of that, do you?
You are a part of it.
25 people will die.
Just being together is enough.
No, it's not, baby.
All because of Alfredo Garcia. And only one man really knows why.
Kill him.
Sam Peckinpah, director of the greatest adventure films of our time, has made possibly his most powerful and startling motion picture.
And here we are, we're back. As we said, love how deliciously 70s that trailer was.
Yeah.
It even gives us an exact body count, which I'm not sure.
Well, it said that on the DVD menu too. It was like 25 people. It's like, okay, like I mean,
what if that was part of the contract? Like there needs to be 25 deaths.
Maybe it was like a Peter Goober kind of situation where it was like, or not Peter Goober. I'm sorry, John Peters kind of situation where it's like you got to have a spider. It's like you got to have 25.
We still, I don't feel like as a cinephile culture, don't talk enough about that. There was a producing team named Peters Goober.
And that one of their names is literally Peter Goober. Like, I mean, yeah. Another thing about that, I just want to go through some things from that trailer. The man will become an animal, and grapes will be desecrated. Or no, I'm sorry, holy ground will be desecrated. And one thing we were laughing at towards the end of the trailer, she's like, kill him, and he's like, all right, and just fires the gun. Doesn't even think about it. I'm sure that wasn't exactly how it happened in the movie, but it just seemed like, okay, yeah, I'll do it.
All right, sure, I was going to anyways. But
yeah. By the way, something that we forgot to do for a while is to tell the ratings. I think that it's probably self-evident. Most of our movies that we do on here are rated R.
Especially the stretch.
Yeah, all these will be, but normally we read them for whatever the caption alongside with it is. This is rated R. No caption.
Any reason in particular? Just it's Sam Peckinpah.
I mean the name.
Well, if it's just said rated R for Peckinpah, that's all it said back in the day.
Well, and I mean you look at the name of the movie.
Yeah,
it's like
And I mean, little kids snuck into this. It's like, ooh, I want to see that. Like know, had their minds blown. But
there were other things that were blown as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the Kino Lorber DVD. We were just talking. There has been a Blu-ray since this one. I don't know if they put it out. Probably. but I just haven't got it because I was like, I'm good with the DVD. No.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll probably get the Blu-ray eventually.
Yeah, but as Levi said, we're watching this off the Kino Lorber DVD. Hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. www.mgm.com.
And of course, like I said, this was a United Artists movie, but they usually are put out by MGM at different points. This, I always think of this as being before James Bond movies.
Yeah.
It's just a really weird logo.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to say about it, but...
yeah, United Artists was, for the longest time in Hollywood, kind of the major independent studio, kind of the one that put out the most amount of stuff.
That was started by, I guess, Douglas Fairbanks, Mary Pickford, D.W. Griffith, and Charlie Chaplin originally, right? Yeah.
And then I think kind of what they were, the first iteration of it basically ended with Heaven's Gate, kind of. That was their last big production.
People talked about this a lot in the reviews, that the movie begins with this very peaceful, and then you know what the final image of the movie is, which is like, you're gonna die. It's like, okay. I want to talk later about the Wikipedia summary for this movie, the way it describes the final moment. I just think it's hilarious, but I'll talk about it at the end.
As you said, very nice, very idyllic, very peaceful. What could go wrong, you know?
This kind of reminds me of a lot of those, like what was starting to be all these low-budget horror movies of the time, like Last House on the Left or something, like, you know.
Yeah.
You kind of liked that movie, right?
Yeah.
I didn't exactly, but...
I wasn't in head over heels in love with it, but I remember thinking, this is pretty good.
I like Wes Craven's movies. I particularly like Hills Have Eyes quite a bit, but that movie I just wasn't all that into.
And we're fans of Scream, obviously that's later, but...
Yeah. And, Nightmare on Elm Street's good.
Yeah. It's been said ad nauseum, but the thing that just blows my mind about Wes Craven is, like, every decade he found some new way to, like, make some pretty iconic, memorable movies. That usually doesn't happen, especially with a genre filmmaker like that. But stay relevant and stay ahead of the curve. Again, at the very beginning here, this could easily pass for a Western, like the look of everything and even the fashion.
It's interesting, obviously, this was a time in the 60s in particular, this is the 70s now, but that a lot of movies started being made in Mexico. That was part of that, I think, was just a desire to film more on location, and Westerns
that was going on across the board, too. Right. Yeah, not just with Westerns, but that is something that, and I say this as someone who likes a good amount of these movies, but you watch 30s and 40s Westerns, there's a lot of them that feel like they're shot on a back lot somewhere in a studio, and that's something that I think, wanted to bring more authenticity to the Western, to shoot more on location.
Interesting sonic choice to have the spurs going over all that. Mapache.
Yeah. El Jefe in this,
I think that guy, I think that guy's in this movie too. Can't remember his name. I think he was a director too. So you remember that Got the Fuse guy in the Wild Bunch? He was a director randomly later on.
Somebody else you're a big fan of, when I think of like American crossovers into Mexico or Mexican cinema, or he's not even American, British, but Alex Cox, like
that was a little later in the 80s, but with in South America at least, because I guess Walker was in Nicaragua, and then that movie Highway Patrolman. I'm not sure where that is, but I haven't seen that. But that's, I know everybody loves
Straight
that.
to Hell. That
was in Mexico. I think, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but
I think Cox is in some ways a descendant of Peckinpah cinematically, but I think his movies are more outwardly satirical or comedic, or certainly more meta, I feel like, than obviously Peckinpah's movies are.
And what does any of this prove exactly?
The titular head himself. Like.
Yeah.
There he is. R.I.P. though.
He was like a son to me.
I think it's interesting that it's like everybody loves this guy.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh, but he must die.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, but he is dead. Like, hey, that's the movie.
There it is, the line. Okay.
It's just an interesting image of like a guy on a sombrero on a motorcycle. Like, this is the modern
The new
West.
horse.
Yeah. Like, what is going on? Like,
well, now there are some random people like confused, like, wait, so is this a Western or what is this like?
Yeah.
Or like, when is this set? Like, but very clearly contemporary 70s. But is this an airport spinoff? Like, what's going on? This took a turn.
we need to get back to those, by the way.
We will.
We haven't forgotten about that. I know that we talked about the first one on here, but
we will be getting back to that.
every time I see Gig Young now, I just get kind of mad just thinking about his character. And they shoot horses, don't they?
Yeah.
Just like, oh my god, like I hate that character so bad. I'm just like, I can't even stand looking at him. Like,
welcome to Camino Real, sir. Thank you. Your stay. Eridor first. And La Munica, Golondrina, El Toro.
Mexico City, I guess.
Yeah. Sometimes forget Mexico City is like the biggest city in the world in terms of population.
Well, I think it used to be. It's not anymore.
Oh,
now
really?
it's Tokyo. Yeah, it actually took I said that here a while back, and then a student corrected me on it, and I was like, and then we looked it up. Actually, it's pretty sure it's Tokyo.
Let's see. Yeah, I believe it is Tokyo, Yokohama.
But it like went down
Jakarta's
a ways.
second.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, but it's like in the last so many years, it's like that all of a sudden happened. Mexico City is now 12th. Like,
this is in 2015. Nice. I believe it's actually 5th.
Yeah, that's
so
more
it's
like
Tokyo,
it.
Delhi, Shanghai, Sao Paulo, and then Mexico City. Okay, I didn't know that. I'm kind of surprised Tokyo's that high. I didn't know that.
Oh, there's Richard Brink again.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was in this. Same year as
There's
Godfather
Nixon,
Part 2. Yeah.
Dollar thing behind him.
Yeah.
We are looking for an old buddy of ours, a padre named Alfredo Garcia.
Yeah, because he would be a friend of yours, like, clearly. Wow. That guy's mustache.
Sure. How about you? Nothing, Your. First drinks on the house, gentlemen.
I mean, you saw this in some action movies before this, but certainly in the 70s and 80s, like the American businessman is like villain, and you know that really took off more so in this era.
Yeah. Burro is a donkey or mule, by the way, in Spanish.
How about, I remember it. I remember it. Yeah. What's that? Oh, it's just an old song.
Okay, like, it's interesting that this movie's taken its time because his other movies open with such bombast, you know,
this
usually,
one's
and
going at a different pace.
Yeah. It's interesting, this subtitle job on this translates a lot of the Spanish, actually, which is kind of helpful, but, you know. I don't come here to learn Spanish in this sense of this movie. Like, I'm good, but okay. Wow. Those glasses, just what? Like, and then that's his response.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as we've said, so far this movie's not been a great depiction of the treatment of women. I mean, obviously, in some ways, the pregnancy at the very beginning is purely a MacGuffin to, we got to kill Alfredo Garcia because of that. And then see how women are treated here.
Basketball, maybe it's a faster game, you know what I mean? How about that Bill Russell on the Celtics, 1969, down there was a ball player. You've worked around here quite a while, huh?
All right, we don't care about any of that.
Yeah, about 6 years. Started up in Black Cat, TJ. Now that was a nice place. Classic place. Classic people came in there. One night, Paulette Goddard came in, asked me if I was... You know a lot of stuff around here.
In traffic.
Yeah.
We'll probably do that movie eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, old buddy of ours, a very
an old stick.
close chum.
Old stick.
Well, ladies, man.
We'll probably do Harper on here eventually too.
Love that.
That whenever we do more crime movies, that'll probably be in there.
Yeah.
I feel like that's eventually just going to be our podcast. It's just like, let's do some more crime movies.
Yeah.
Quite an old stick.
Son of a bitch. You got me. I do recognize the name. You know the name Garcia? Sure. It's like Jones or Smith. We're at the Hotel Real. Come up with anything with people. Bring that with you.
Hell, no frills, purely business. They've been this whole time, and he's just trying to crack jokes, and it's like whatever. We don't care.
It's interesting. They're just wanting to put the whole thing off on him anyway. Like, no, we just want him dead, so you do it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. This is an interesting. I mean, you see this in other movies, obviously, but the chain of command of criminal enterprises just goes down and down. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of people talk about that. Fred C. Dobbs is the name of that Bogart character in Treasure Sierra Madre, obviously, but.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like it goes from, oh, do that. And then his people have to tell these American people. And then they're like, all right, go to these bounty hunters. And they're like, all right, how about you just deal with it? And he's like, all right, I guess.
Yeah. Again, that whole obsession with hierarchy or chain of command, very Watergate era trope. Present in the Godfather movies too.
Yeah. He looks like he smells like a pack of Marlboros, you know, like, and like soiled underwear, like that he's worn for like 50 days in a row. Like,
pure.
You want me to get any more? You want me to get any more specific or
that rich swamp booty?
Long way from Durango, aren't you, Bart?
Durango was a big place in a lot of these movies where they filmed at. Either filmed or the setting.
Yeah.
What a fit.
I wonder if part of Peckinpah's obsession with Mexico was that, kind of what we were talking about earlier, that it's like a little behind the industrialism of America, and so that's something he probably likes. Or
he always loved going down there. I mean, he genuinely kind of wanted to move there and live there. And really loved Mexico and the people and everything. But meanwhile,
How's your cold? What cold? The one you had last week when I couldn't see it for 3 days.
this is already a different Warren Oates role than most of his, because he's a lot more lively most of the time. You know, but what's his best performance, you think? I think we talked about this earlier, but probably the Wild Bunch, I guess. Or
I think Tulane Blacktop.
Oh no, that's right. That would be one,
because that character is one who I'm fascinated by. He's kind of a. It doesn't exactly say what he is, but he's clearly a man man of some means, and is like kind of almost taking a vacation. And he's like, a lot of this is implied, but he's bored with his city existence and wanting to get out and kind of prove himself.
Yeah, like he wants to be like the Dennis Wilson
driver and the mechanic, basically characters. Yeah,
James Taylor characters. Yeah. Yeah, that probably. I mean, I'm kind of joking when I say this, but it's not even in my top 3 or 4. But Race with the Devil, I just think about all the time, though. Like, look at that chunky little devil.
Yeah.
Like,
it's like we said, this is one of the few movies where he's unambiguously the main character.
Right. Yeah, because even in that, he's like playing, along with Peter Fonda, which is a bigger star. But Peter Fonda plays kind of downshifted in that a little bit, which is interesting for him. But
Peter Fonda is another person I've kind of grown fonder of the more things I've seen, because I think most people jump to thinking about him in Easy Rider.
That's an interesting moment where they kiss and then them two people kiss, and it's like showing that's what they want to be.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
You know, it's interesting.
But I don't find him particularly. I don't find anybody really likable in Easy Rider, which that's part of the point, I guess. But Nicholson's likable enough. But
remember that scene in that where they go into that diner and them rednecks and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this!" Like, they're literally like showing them talking like, "We got to get rid of these people." Like, we got to chunk a little devil, like, you know, kind of situation. Like there's a dadgum like fire alarm there or something. What is that? Like, okay.
The 70s ties, that was really something else.
Yeah. Better than the 80s ones.
Yeah. Cool.
They gotta take a picture of him. Like, why? I want that photograph.
They got like a bulletin board. They just put everybody's.
Yeah. Like our visitors or something, like our fan club. I don't know. I want that photograph.
Our pleasure guests.
Though, you know,
yeah, if it's out there.
Peckinpah probably just like burned it for no reason. Like.
You're wasting our time. You don't mess around, do you? Big kind of business. Really very simple. You give us the information we want.
We forgot to mention earlier that we found out this, it was like last week or sometime recently that Bo Hopkins died.
Yeah.
Who, of course, we've already talked about
with
American Graffiti, but yeah, he died on the May 28th.
Yeah.
So I was sad to hear that.
Yeah, he's a staple of a lot of random movies at this time.
Yeah, I mean, he was in The Wild Bunch. Obviously, it was the first movie I would have kind of seen him in or really thought of him in, but. What?
I mean, there are other things like I'd like to stay alive.
Sir.
Nobody loses all the time. I don't like the money. How much is it worth to you?
That's a true statement. Nobody loses all the time.
I go all the way or I pass.
I gather by that you're dead.
That's right. That's what I got in mind. When my friend on Whitman was true. Or whatever it cloud, you know.
And it's fascinating that much of Oates' character in this movie, when you think of him, he's got the glasses on. It's almost like, you know, he's implicitly a gambler and he doesn't want anybody to see when he's bluffing and when he's for real. And maybe he don't even know the difference himself when he's doing either of those. And then another thing, I think we maybe mentioned, we had talked about, I know, that this was coming out right around the time that California Split came out, Altman's movie, of course.
I love, by the way, he's like, I need 5,000 in operating cash. Like, give him 200.
George Segal.
Yeah.
Or Siegel. Whatever.
What were you saying, though? I'm sorry.
Well, this is coming out right around the time California Split
right, yeah, because
was,
we saw the reviews that were talking about that. Yeah.
That's a really good movie.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
And Benny, after that we come to find you.
Took his tie off. Why? Like, was it a clip-on?
Yeah, it might have been. That just sums him up.
Yeah. But yeah, they're like, yeah, go get the head. Like, all right, I need 5,000. Here's 200. You got 4 days. We'll come looking for you. Yeah, that was a clip-on. Wow, that's funny. Why'd he take it off and then put it back on? Something's going on.
Yeah, I got a feeling something's gonna happen.
We were talking about that the other day when we went to see Crimes of the Future.
Yeah.
And right before it started, you were like, I have a feeling something's going to happen in this movie. Right? Something's going to be going on. Well, he's like, I got to go buy a machete to cut the head off with.
Yeah.
Look at that's like way too big of a sheath for the machete too. Like, oh, he's got his Pee Wee shoes.
Mm-hmm.
She
sleeping in bed
appears.
with his glasses on.
Yeah. I love that. Then it just cuts and she's just there and he's in the bed already. Like,
yeah.
Ugh. What if he just threw up everywhere?
Probably holding it back. Be a regular vomitorium up in there.
Those Skidoo reviews talking about the vomitorium.
Yeah.
Running to the nearest vomitorium. Why are his boxers that big?
Yeah.
Oh, now he'll take them off.
Mm-hmm. But do I got a penis? Like,
wow. What? But yeah, him taking his glasses off is like what Captain Beefheart once said about what Captain Beefheart, the musician, once said about wearing his hat that he wears or whatever.
Yeah.
Somebody asked him, I think it's David Letterman, when he was on there one time, he said, "Do you ever take that off?" He's like, "I take it off to shave, I take it off to shower, I take it off to sleep, but other than that,
yeah.
no." Like, he's a weirdo.
Him and Peckinpah would have got into some good times, you know. We've mentioned it here and there. That whole story was that Henry Rollins told about Beefheart, Dennis Hopper, Matt Groening, like.
What?
Yeah, for real.
How crappy that bed is.
Yeah.
What?
Wow. So this is him kind of trying to be semi-threatening.
Yeah.
She doesn't take him the least bit seriously.
Back on lunch.
Let me pack more than that.
Hope everything goes well. Have a nice trip.
Yeah.
It's like, and everything they're gonna go do. Like.
Meanwhile.
I wonder if Alfredo Garcia is counted in the body count.
Yeah, I don't know.
We need to keep a count.
There hasn't been anybody yet.
No.
We'll try to do our best.
Be our guest kind of situation.
Yeah. If we get 24 at the end, we'll know he was.
Yeah.
I got a feeling he's not, but
yeah,
we'll see.
Well, most of the deaths are probably in that last, 5 minutes. Because, you know. Even that is a very Hunter S. Thompson image of that like convertible because of... Okay, baby. Like, the one time you need to have your sunglasses on, you don't.
Yeah.
You know?
But it wouldn't give us that shot either, though. Exactly.
Right. Peckinpah probably always did that. No regrets, Coyote. Because, doesn't matter, baby. Like, what?
Just openly passing alcohol while driving.
I mean, I don't even remember what I was gonna say. If only Ben Johnson would have been in this.
I mean, this is pretty clearly a movie made by an alcoholic. Cause just
yeah. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Is that Peckinpah probably wore sunglasses all the time because of being an alcoholic. I wonder which war he was in. Probably Korea.
Yeah, maybe.
Wouldn't have been in Vietnam.
Maybe late World War II.
He's born in the late 20s, though. Unless the character's older.
Yeah, he was born in 28. Said after high school, he enlisted in the U.S. Marine Corps for 2 years. Oates did in 46 to 48.
Whoops.
There we go, our first Peckinpah editing touch. Well, the good old days, you know.
Yeah.
Just taking it easy. For
looks like that shot in Batman 66. If it's good to know that they're up there doing their job.
Yeah.
Like, the most random insert shot ever. Just like, okay.
Hell, I've never been any place I want to go back to. That's Japan.
Wow.
It's a pretty sad state of affairs.
Absolutamente, baby. Baby. Hey, baby. We are self-contained, babe. I don't think so, but okay.
They have tunnels built all over.
His socks.
Mm-hmm. Well, they just stopped here to eat, but also just to let the hangover wear off a little bit.
Yeah. Pack a lunch.
I forgot. Can we go there sometime?
No. Place where the beer flows like wine.
Yeah. Someplace warm. That's my favorite one because it's like, no. Like...
Well, they do live in New Hampshire and
I don't
Dumb and
know,
Dumber,
Lloyd.
so.
The French are a-holes. Rhode Island means.
Oh, yeah.
Does that look fake?
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. It's like a net or something almost. I don't know. It's bad. Sometimes I just get all those New England states mixed up. Rhode Island, New Hampshire, it's all...
Connecticut,
whatever.
Rhode Island, New Jersey.
Connecticut I can kind of separate more out. Yeah. I think it's because Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island are all pretty small states there. Because I can think like, Maine, Connecticut, but those other ones...
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out, baby.
Was Peckinpah married ever?
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah.
You know.
Surprised anybody even married.
Same old crap, like.
According to Wikipedia, 3 times. He married the same woman, Biagona Palacios. I'm not sure if I said that right.
Palacios, yeah.
Twice.
Yeah, I think that was the woman he loved the most. I think they were together around the late 60s and or the 70s. I think she was an actress of some sort.
Yeah, it says she was. Mexican film and television actress. Said she was in Major Dundee.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's how they met.
She died in 2000.
He died in the 80s, I think.
84.
Yeah.
December 28th.
How old was he?
59.
Yeah.
It was only 2 months away from being 60. It's honestly, knowing how hard he lived, it's surprising he even made it as long as he did. We might have been happy.
We might have been happy. The hell does that mean? What's that mean?
This is one of the most prolonged scenes I can think of in a Peckinpah movie of actually a man and a woman talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, Getaway, I think, has some moments of that, obviously.
But look at who you've got talking. They have nothing to say. I mean, I just love how much I've trashed both of them this podcast, and I'm like, well, yeah, I mean... Ally McGraw in particular, I'm just like, I don't know about that whole deal. She did have herself a convoy, though. That was a movie he literally made just to be like, all right, I need money out of this. Like, you can tell. Probably just interested in filming a bunch of car crashes, I'm guessing. But.
Yeah.
We want to see Cross of Iron. Like, like, drop the alcohol. The car hasn't passed for a while.
Yeah. It's literally like kind of early afternoon when this thing started, and Looks like it's near dusk.
Anyway, let's go find this head.
Probably the most emotionally resonant scene in the whole movie.
Yeah.
It's like,
and then,
and back on the road.
Coyote. Let's not sleep in the city tonight. I brought some blankets, everything we need. I'll fix it dinner. And we can sleep a little. I want to make you so happy tonight.
I ain't into that.
How non-threatening it almost looks with them driving that car on.
Well, they keep following them so clearly, and like they know that they're so conspicuous. Like,
yeah.
Oh God, here we go.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, leave it more street. That fire looks mighty good, though. Hey, I think I got a cold from that ship last week. It's acting like a goddamn cold, man. What do you think? Not much. My wife does. No kid. Hey, you know the old song called Cielito Lindo, Como Azteca?
Just carrying toilet paper around.
Yeah, I guess. Now, wait a minute. Hold the phone, hold the phone. Hold the pager. Wait a minute. Somehow, for some reason, this scene must go on the way it happens. It's like, why couldn't we have just had him play guitar and sing or something?
Mm-hmm.
See what I got. You want to borrow it?
Yeah.
I think I'll just borrow yours.
Like, okay, that's what you say? Is that,
Yeah.
like...
I want to kill you one day, you Gringo son of a bitch.
No, you won't, Benny. Been here before. You don't know the way.
can.
Oh, you're dumb.
I think you're dumb. Like part in Dark Knight Rises, Ben Mendelsohn. You're dumb. Yeah, he dies. So. Okay.
The subtitles say you're dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said
All
you're
right, so
dead, though,
that's
in the movie.
Two.
Two.
We're up to two. Oh, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, of course, that the first two deaths have nothing to do at all with this whole plot that's going on. Almost like the whole scene shouldn't have happened.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
But it brought them closer together, I guess.
I don't think so.
Yeah, not really.
I would tell everything to the police. No chance. You're gonna take me to find Alfredo. And that's our ticket out of here.
Jesus, I don't know how you can get money from a dead body. I mean, I don't believe that people know what they say.
I take him proof. His head.
Head?
whole scene kind of killed the vibe of the relationship.
Yeah.
Sacred about a hole in the ground. Or a man that's in it. Or you. Or me. Listen. The church cuts off the feet, fingers, any other goddamn thing from the saints, don't they? Well, what the hell? Alfredo's our saint. He's the saint of our money. I'm gonna borrow a piece of it.
All right. I'm gonna take it to him. And then I'm gonna go, you know. Because I figure everything is gonna be over with us. I don't want any more of that. Oh, please. Benjamin, please. Let's put it together. Just make it right and let's go back and forget about the whole thing. We'll never talk about it again. Jesus, it's just being together. It's enough.
No, it's not, baby. It takes pan, bread, dinero.
Well, you don't want to go back to being a piano player performer. Like,
I guess not.
Wasn't making enough on the Social Security benefit from that.
Sorry, sir. This hotel does not allow.
Wow. Benny Benjamin.
Yeah.
That you pluck out one of those keys while I sign the register.
Nintendo. Like, you got Nintendo here?
Yeah, like
you got the NES.
You better have an N64 in that daggum room.
And or GameCube.
One thing that you'd find in a child's dentist office. Like, plug it up.
Plug it up.
Get it ready. Because I'm coming. Better have Super Smash Bros. Along with some Mario Kart.
Mario.
Don't be bringing the mafia up in here, you know what I mean? Better have some Castlevania. Castlevania and Kirby.
I think they need to go to couples therapy already.
Yeah.
They've already been through some things.
I mean, we're less than an hour in, and it's already like, yeah, this ain't gonna work out. His facial expression. Erstwhile.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, there's probably a scene they cut out of him going down and be like, our room was not up to order, and like blew him away or something.
We slack. We can ask for him at a place they make furniture.
Tenemos algunas piezas muy bonitas. ¿Le interesa alguna?
Bueno, yo creo que por el momento. Pero vamos a venir en otra ocasión. Por supuesto, compraremos algo. Muchísimas gracias. Muy amable. Bonito escuchar.
That guy's weird looking. But looking after her like, That's so.
No lack at all. I guess we came all the way for nothing, huh?
I didn't steal
they're
that.
all looking in the background.
Yeah. He's like, let me tell you something. I didn't steal that Kirby cartridge to get this far. Like,
We're not gonna miss it. Get in there. Sit down. Take me to him. There ain't no more chances. Get in.
Well, they had their most tender moment yet, and just the scene before, and then now it's like already near the point of dissolution. You know.
Yeah. We're gonna find this head. Help me! Help me!
Help me! Help me!
Gonna have to interrupt a child funeral, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, what a piece of crap car at this point. Literally, it already looked like crap, and then it got hit by a bus. Like, refrigeration. Refrigeration para ustedes Kirby cartridge. Like, that's my new thing. Is like he's like got this Kirby game with him like, that he stole from the from the hotel.
He'd be a Kirby kind of guy, I feel
like. Cubert trash. Kirby Supremo. Like, I don't know. Well, there he is.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to dig up the body and cut off his head.
Can you like leave for a while?
We're gonna have to unbury the body and bag the head.
Bill Hicks once said, "I remember the first time I cut off a head." That ain't happening.
Tell her that we've come a long way. Pay our respects to this man. We're very tired. Tell her we want to get our room tonight. Leave in the morning.
Every moment of his life is a mini disaster.
Yeah.
Like,
sometimes they're big disasters.
Yeah. Well, there's a real big one coming his way later.
I can tell you that Brandy will put up the rest of the night.
It's that guy from the Wild Bunch.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. Let me look. Our last hacienda, baby.
Room service.
This is our last hacienda. Santiago Eduardo Huerta.
Okay.
Or Huerta.
How many channels we got on this tube? Well, there ain't one, no.
I ain't got nowhere to play my Kirby. I'm gonna lose my mind. That director guy made this movie. I've always seen a poster for the Brainiac. Yeah. A movie called The Living Head he also made.
So you make like horror movies? Or?
Yeah. La Cabeza Viviente. Also The Revived Monster. Made a movie called Blue Demon.
Mm-hmm.
Made 1965. This is the plot summary. Wrestler versus mad scientist with werewolf serum.
Wow.
That was a whole, the luchador horror movie was a whole thing around that time. I haven't ever really seen any of them, but... Yeah, I suppose that's it. No way. I got too much Kirby backlog. Backlog needs to be made up. I need to beat my high score. Know what you're thinking. Who cares? Well, I do.
Well, I do. It's a personal accomplishment. I'm very, very
Don't
proud
you
of.
never do me no wrong. Yeah, here they come.
Mm-hmm.
How bony his legs look.
Yeah.
Where'd he get that gun from?
Yeah.
Just all of a sudden, like...
Yeah.
Or, was that just... No, that's just the handle of the machete, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It looked like a gun barrel, though.
Yeah.
That's how awful this is.
Yeah.
Like...
We're going to have to undig a body so we can chop the head off. But you got to live up to the title, though.
I mean, bury the body.
They didn't do it. I would have asked for my money back. Just knocked that flowers over.
Yeah, I mean, we all would. I mean, come on, let's not be like
judgmental.
Yeah, like come on, we're better than that.
So, I feel morally conflicted. Oh well.
Yeah. That just sums up this whole movie. Like, holy ground will be desecrated. I mean, that gum, like.
Or get the Beetlegeist out of here.
Something about that, the way he threw that reminded me of that scene in It's a Mad, 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 Mad World of Sid Caesar, like, getting mad when they're trapped in that basement and, like, trying to rip the wires off the wall, like... It's time.
Chop, chop.
This is going to get a bit dicey. Yep. If I turn this in, I can get a Kirby plush doll. Or at least get enough coins to go down to the skill crane.
Spend that dinero.
Spend that dinero on a skill crane. Ain't that what they call those?
I think so.
Yeah. That was the holy ground will be desecrated.
Yeah.
Does he become an animal yet, you think? I think he started as one anyway.
Yeah, he began the journey. I don't think he's completed it, though.
What? Forgot about that. Okay. One of the weirdest knockouts ever.
Yeah.
Like,
he's in a bad way, you know.
Yeah. Aren't we all? Like, no, actually not, but all the dirt in his teeth.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we're to 3.
Yep. But don't worry, again, we get to the end, it's going to really start going up.
So they've got the head. By the way, I think it's interesting that Peckinpah had to have a shot of her falling in slow motion to show that she was dead. Like,
Yeah,
that's his way
that's
that
his
we know.
signature,
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Come to get the head of Alfredo Garcia.
This is where he starts talking to things that aren't there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
He needs to see somebody, I think.
Yeah.
So his girlfriend's dead, head's been taken. Not looking too good for Benny right now, I gotta say.
Does he become animal now?
Yeah, I feel like he's getting close. Because he's in that purely gimme stage now. Like,
Yeah.
everybody else take you, but now he wants them to gimme.
Yeah. Yeah, getting all that water, it's been sitting there for years, like.
It is baptism.
I suppose.
Baptism by, pond scum.
Yeah.
Like.
Alfredo Garcia. Dos hombres nuevos. Una camioneta. What? In the green car. In the green station wagon. They didn't ask anything.
Get out of here. Other than this being our home, our domicile.
Bitch, I'll kill you right there. Goddamn move when I say move, you motherfucker.
Wow.
Goddamn fucking eyes.
He needs to just kind of chill,
You are my favorite motherfucker.
It's a recent Limp Bizkit classic we came across.
That was not him in that moment, but,
What's the name of that song again?
I don't know. You'll have to tell me.
Hold on a minute. Living It Up.
Yeah. Talking about Ben Stiller in the actual song, but
from their album Chocolate Starfish and the Hot Dog Flavored Water.
Damn your eyes.
Too bad Warren Oates didn't live to hear Limp Bizkit himself.
This was the same year, I guess, as Young Frankenstein, wasn't it? Wasn't that 74?
Yeah.
So, D your eyes, what a year,
He's like, okay.
Whatever.
We're getting ready to bump it up to 5 here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll stop.
He was like, oh, yeah. All the shots of that. Like,
yeah. It's like the car died.
Yeah, like.
Their car. 4.
Well, that's pretty easy. There he goes. All right, yeah, okay. I get it. Like.
At 5, I guess. Definitively. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. We got 20 more to
Getting
go.
worried there.
It's funny that we're like,
I mean, it keeps telling us,
and
we're having to count
this far in, and it's only been 5. Like,
yeah. Bet the Peckinpah heads back in the day were like, oh, like, where's more? Like, give me more. Like, it said 25. Like, so is that his head? Like.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't gone all the way with this guy yet because it didn't. Yeah. $5.1. Yeah, he's pure animal, I think, at this point.
A bouncing head.
The flies when they see a severed head are like.
And flies see a rotten corpse.
Was that even functional? Yeah, like, I mean... The return of the sunglasses.
Mm-hmm.
You son of a bitch. It wasn't worth it, baby. It wasn't worth it. I'll be damned if she's not keeping the best part of you company. You well-life bastard.
Who's this now?
It's the B Squad.
Yeah.
Well, this is people that were from the town.
Yeah, earlier, yeah. Never popped into my cabeza. Here he comes.
Mm-hmm. The gringo himself.
Oh man, I want those Coca-Cola chairs.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Levi's a Coca-Cola memorabilia collector, for those who don't know.
I haven't collected any in a while, but
yeah,
got most of it at school. Yeah, because that's what it was all about.
Mm-hmm.
Not caring about whatever she wanted. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking of the Limp Bizkit song. Yeah. Yeah, this podcast, it's getting the E for explicit. Right? I feel like all of them do at this point, but and none of it comes from us. Yeah, dinero no havo. No tingo is what he'd actually say. Yeah. Bueno. Okay, pasa. I'm gonna steal the head or something. Heat check. It's awful. How hot it is, I'm sure.
Yeah. And what he's wearing, too.
That shot of that.
Mm-hmm.
Dry ice. Dry heave. Yo. There's something going on.
Yeah. Something's not right about this whole deal.
Straight up carrying it. Like, the woman's like, what is that? I wonder if his operating cash of $200 is gone yet.
Car sucks so bad.
Yeah. Trying to even tell what it is. I think it's a Ford. Meat.
Dead cat. Used to belong to a friend of mine.
It's bad when this car looks like it's a lot better than the other one. It's pretty trash.
All the exhaust coming out.
The good old days.
The music. Yeah. What? Like, no, we're gonna have some more, I think. Yep.
Alright, so we're at 5 now, right?
Yeah. Oh man,
ain't looking good for old Benny boy.
No. You're not taking my Kirby cartridge. I know that's what you're really here for.
Oh, it's all about
that hotel sent you out. Well, you're not coming back. Gives a grenade out of nowhere.
So what does that matter even then?
It's just the way it goes. You do this for dinero. You do this for money, eh? No. See. All I've got. Por favor. God damn you! I'm gonna finish this with him! Alfredo, señor. Give it to me. I ain't giving you nothing.
Okay, well, we'll get it.
Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a good situation.
Well, things happen,
Yeah, okay. Alright, let's keep an eye out. This might be a little tricky. Oh yeah, nothing's going on.
Don't worry. It's another day in the life.
Oh, here we are. Yeah, okay. I knew he had to have backup of some sort, because...
What is this? Perdóneme, ¿usted habla inglés?
Yeah, a couple of us.
Oh, good. I see you've had a little trouble here, huh? We've got some trouble, too. It's like you're kind of lost.
What a fit. Now,
Yeah.
Mexico wearing that.
Look, see, we left here. We're trying to get to there. Where's the cutoff?
It's right here. Have to take it.
Oh. Well, we're going to have to take it, I see.
Cut off, yeah. Haha.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Well, we found it. It's right here. We're going to have to make our move now.
Okay, 1... 2, 3, 4... Let's see. Five, yeah.
That's 10 now total.
Yeah.
The hell are they? Just family. That's him. You have a nose for shit.
What?
Yeah, I can smell it 100 miles. That's closer. Johnny?
11.
Yeah.
Couldn't remember if he died or not.
Yeah.
You get paid.
11.
Or 12.
Or 12, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
Well, not yet.
He will be, though.
Hey, Johnny.
Might as well. So we're almost halfway there.
Yeah.
Living on a prayer.
Halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway there. As SpongeBob once said. Record scratch moment. Record scratch. I need some of that scratch. Give it to me. Now. I want it. You know you want it. Don't you? Like, what? They left him alive.
It's only fair.
Got a better car. Yeah. It's my new favorite character is Warren Oates trying to speak Spanish. Like, no entiendo.
With his like love of Kirby.
Yeah. Kirby. Kirby Supremo Video Hugar.
Well, what times we've had.
Yeah, I know. It's been quite a little journey that we've had.
Like Bob Dylan almost.
Yeah. Alfredo,
Alfredo,
bring me that head. My favorite game is Kirby.
I mean, couldn't you imagine an alternate reality where
Bob
Bring
Dylan
Me the
was
Head
in
of
it?
Alfredo Garcia, but was a Bob Dylan song? It was
Yeah.
like
Bring me the cabeza
like
of
15-minute
Alfredo.
song.
Alfredo cabeza.
Like in the style of Hurricane. But
Yeah. Become an animal moment. I think, therefore I am kind of situation. You notice the sound in this? Some of it sounds real hollow sounding. The heck is this? No. More
Nice.
ice. Yeah. That would just water down the ice, though.
Yeah. I don't know if he's thinking clearly. He was able to get himself a new drink, though, a bottle. You know, that's
Yeah.
good.
That's important.
Mm-hmm.
At least he knows how to use a gun.
Yeah. He kind of needs it by this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, most of this movie's just been him sitting around doing nothing, really. Just kind of like, well... that face.
Yeah.
Things are not looking up for me. No, it took you this long?
I do like his facial hair stubble, though, you know.
Yeah.
He's in a bad way, as we've said.
Take a trip down memory.
But he's smiling, though. He's, you know.
Memory lane always leads to Disappointment Boulevard.
Disappointment Boulevard's always on the horizon if we're not careful.
Yeah.
I mean, might as well have a sense of humor about it also. At least, you know, he's coping. He's dealing with it. postcard you see on his wall there. It's
Yeah.
like, where we been, you know?
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Kind of situation.
Cotton Eye Joe.
Where did you go? Where did you go? Come from Cotton Eye Kirby. Kirby Eye Joe.
Count's about to go up.
Yeah.
One of the lost Belushi brother here letting him in.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this image always stuck in my head.
Yeah. I am lost, but now I am found kind of situation. I have abandoned my child. Say it. Say it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Cabeza. Con pollo. What? Head with chicken, like.
Oh, we'll check it. But you're too smart to stiff us.
Yeah.
What is it worth? How much is it really worth?
$2.
10 grand is all you get, bartender. What do you want it? That's you guys. What the hell would you want with that? No questions, Benny. 10,000 ounces at all. Put it on the table, we'll check it, and then...
Yeah, all he's been through, he's like, nah, that's not going to be enough. I need even more.
Yeah. The bartender was capitalized.
Mm-hmm. Benny the bartender.
Wow.
For old time's sake.
Yeah, like you just got it 2 minutes ago. Like, or oh no, that was the picnic basket.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a little nursery rhyme coming.
Yeah. Kirby was always nearby. They're like, well, what are you talking about?
Okay.
That's why I'd like to know. Why you don't? Tell me what the hit of Alfredo Garcia's worth. Come down, Comprendo. Comprendo.
13. 14.
14.
15. How lame that was.
Yeah.
That good old.
16.
Yeah. There we go, yeah. Comprendo.
It's like he's gone full native.
Yeah.
Like,
Comprendo. Oh, I feel. Oh.
Let me take care
Let
of
me help you across the street. Like. So we're at 16, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
Make it count.
Got 9 left. Will he count? That's the question.
So we got to average. We got to average a death a minute.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's like the funniest thing in the movie. Frankly, is that moment like. That they even had to put the sound in too, because they would have had to add it, you know, like.
I mean, they become friends through this whole affair,
Yeah.
you know, like.
It's what's kind of funny, kind of sick about the whole thing is that, like, he's like, Alfredo Garcia has no idea that all this is happening to him. It's just like, it's weird, like.
There's a guardhouse coming up. Somebody's waiting for us.
I want my Kirby. Like, that'd be maybe he thinks all this is about his Kirby cartridge at this point that doesn't even exist, but
not yet.
Not yet.
We still got a few minutes though.
For it to exist.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a pistolero. Tango pistolero.
Just telling Alfredo Garcia is here. Recuerden, los padrinos que acaban de contraer un parentesco espiritual con el ahijado. La ceremonia ha terminado.
Well, there's even part of the El Jefe who even forgot that he even put this bounty up. Oh, that whole deal, yeah.
It's interesting that he's obviously holding the child and she's not being able to do that. Just goes to show how bland this movie is that its villain, I guess, is named El Jefe.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Like, how just, like, basic that is.
Yeah. Fun times are being had.
Fiesta. Enjoy the festa.
I've got something here you want. His name is Alfredo. I don't know what you want him for. But here he is. Señor, bring me the money.
Cut out the middleman. Extra dinero. Mucho. Dígame.
Join me for a drink. I'm a very happy man. I got nothing to celebrate. Here's the merchandise you bought.
Your merch. You buy it at Comic-Con. He looks a lot like Peckinpah there.
Take it and go. I have everything that I want. I have my grandson. So go.
That's what he's slowly realizing, is that how useless all that was to get. And then everything he lost along the way. It's like, for money, but whatever.
Yeah.
At this point. I guess we counted right so far.
Yeah. Well, what's the obsession with this whole movie and the marketing campaign behind me? What the body count is?
All right, 17.
18.
Not,
well, is that the same guy? This is where it gets chaotic.
Yeah, 19. 20.
No. First time I saw him, he was dead.
That butler just standing there. Okay. 21.
21.
Come on, Al. We're going home.
This is his only friend.
I almost forgot the gun. You're gonna need it. So.
You know, it's a little.
It's
It's just some fireworks we had going on. You know, some party favors. So we got what, 4 more?
Yep.
Listen. Take this.
He could be one of them, but we'll see.
And I'll take care of the father.
You just don't care.
Yeah.
Peckinpah always makes sure that the children are implicated in any violence, by the way, which I think is a genuine, sincere thing to do, but it's kind of eye-roll worthy sometimes.
Yeah. So they were born into violence and they will die of violence. This is where it all ends.
Yeah. The look, he was like,
I'm gonna get away.
Not like. So we got to 22.
Did we miss some there? Here or there,
Yeah,
I guess?
possibly.
Yeah.
It's all a letdown.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is a whole story that deals with anticlimax, so it makes sense. Oh, look at the times they had, you know? I will say, I like this movie a little better this time than I did the first. I mean, I'm still not in love with it, but I do like it a little better.
See, overall, any new thoughts, particularly though? Chalo Gonzalez was the guy that helped a lot in the Wild Bunch I was telling you about the other day. I guess he was in this somewhere. I didn't know that.
As warped as it is, this movie actually does have a sense of heart to it that I didn't really pick up the first time.
What is that? Yeah. I think that. I mean, I think it's sincere, but it has problems. But I think he's trying to do something with it.
Yeah.
But
4 editors.
Yeah.
A supervising editor, and then 3 other ones. But yeah,
dialogue director
a little
Sharon
better.
Peckinpah.
I'll say that, but I mean, it's just very cutting, like no frills, like this is what it's all about, like and then, cut down.
The car driving away.
Yes, we can hit pause on this.
Let's see if we got anything else in the tank here. Hang on, that's about our Chavo.
Benny's song.
Yeah, I mean, I especially seeing some of his other movies we just saw, like Major Dundee and Ride the High Country and other stuff. I think it's not as Jesus Marin. Ain't that guy that director?
Yeah,
Jesus Franco is who I was thinking of. Never mind.
This is obviously on a smaller scale than some of the movies that he had recently just made, but it still has like a size and a scope to it.
Yeah.
Even in its being smaller than these other films.
The Studios Churubusco was a big studio down in Mexico.
The good old days, it kind of starts with it.
That's what we end on. Robert Webber, like, okay. Alrighty.
There you go.
There you go. Well, we liked it a little more.
Yeah, a little more than the previous time. But the show must go on. So, Jeff Probst, what have we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
So, let's go down. Give the customers a show, huh?
Waiting to start the show.
Nobody wants their check this week?
Yeah, I do. Sure.
You want your check, don't you?
I would.
Well, let's get our asses downstairs. We got people. Now, let's go. What's the problem? What is this depression? Huh?
There's a problem.
Come on. I know there's a problem.
It's just a misunderstanding.
Well, what is it?
Look, I don't want to pull a big star bit, but people do come here because I'm, well, some unique kind of personality, I suppose. A bit far out, a bit freakish, maybe, but
straight-laced.
But freakish, but unique in my own way. And when things go badly, who gets the booing? I do. But when things go well, they get the applause and all the cheers because they flash their tips.
Hey,
What are you talking? Look how beautiful they are.
Really?
What's wrong with tits?
They loved it. You see, they almost fell off their chairs. It was so great. Are you kidding?
I agree with her.
There's entirely too much comedy.
And
There's
another...
too many.
Alice in Wonderland.
There's never too much This girl here, this new girl. Let us be civil, ladies.
Now, Teddy.
Why I'm making up?
Everything takes work. Now, we'll straighten it out. You know, you gotta work hard to be comfortable. Yeah, a lot of people kid themselves, you know. They know when they were born. They know where they're going. They know whether they're going to go to heaven, whether they're going to go to hell. They think they know that. They kid themselves. Right? But the only people who are, you know, happy are the people who are comfortable. That's right. That's right. Now, you take the Carol, right?
Don't take her too far. I don't know what to do.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no.
A dingbat, right? A dingaling. A dingo. That's what people think she is. Because that's the truth they want to believe. But you put her in another situation, right? Put her in a situation that's tough. Stress, where she's up against something, you see she's no fool. Right?
A little silly, but no.
Yeah, right. Because what's your truth is my falsehood. What's my falsehood is your truth, and vice versa. Well, look at me, right? I'm only happy when I'm angry, when I'm sad, when I can play the fool, when I can be what people want me to be rather than be myself. You understand? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that takes work. Gotta work overtime for that. Yeah, doesn't matter who you are, what personality you choose.
Come on, baby.
Come on,
silly
baby.
boy.
Choose a
Come
personality.
on, get dressed.
So let's go down there
I'll give you a
and...
rub down after the show.
Right. We'll do a great show.
Watch out. On your back.
We'll smile. We'll cry big, glistening tears that pour onto the stage, and we'll make their lives a little happier, huh? So they won't have to face themselves. They can pretend to be somebody else. Be happy. Be joyous. Come on, you, maestro.
Come on, there's a show
Give me the
downstairs.
downbeat.
Okay.
The downbeat.
I mean, you can only follow up Sam Peckinpah, I think.
Yeah.
With John Cassavetes.
Killing of a Chinese bookie.
Killing of a Chinese bookie, which the whole release date for a year for this is kind of
It's officially
fraught.
1976.
Yeah.
Was the theatrical version.
Right.
But the reason we're making a distinction is that we're actually going to be watching the director's cut from 1978, which is one of the few director's cuts that is shorter.
Yeah, there's a handful of movies that's true. Blood
yeah.
Simple, I think, is another one, very small amount. Short, but
before we talk about the movie, very basically, what are your thoughts on Cassavetes quickly, just to kind of preview?
Well, you know, Cassavetes was always one of those names when I was first starting to get into movies. And it was some years before I even really got to his movies that he already had this mythic stature within the world of independent film and independent cinema.
I mean, he's known as the Godfather of independent
Yeah,
film
and
in
you know,
America.
he before he was even really a director, he had a reputation of being kind of an actor, a character actor, in a lot of things. And then, you know, I think that's how most people remember him as far as in a more basic sense when he was active back in the day. But now he's more remembered as a filmmaker. One of the best filmmakers, I think, of not only his era, but really any era. I mean, the thing is, like, you look at the stories of his movies or the screenplays, they're fairly basic. There's not like anything, I don't think, fairly demanding as far as the, quote, stories or the narrative of his movies exactly. But what is challenging about them and what is different is not only the performances, and the performances in his movies always were the front row seat of why you were there. I mean, I think that comes from being an actor, director, you know, that like his time as an actor probably definitely informed his performance, the performances he got from his actors in his movies. And he acted in some of his movies and then was sometimes the lead. He's not really in the one we're going to be watching next week. He's not in. Ben Gazzara, who was in several of his biggest films. But I think, and not only the performances, but the way performances are shot in his movies was new, was bracing. He's quite simply one of the greatest directors I think we've ever had, especially this time period that he's involved kind of in this new Hollywood moment, but also very much a part of in his own stable of actors that he worked with, and his whole oeuvre was something that was going for something a little different than what a lot of the other new Hollywood movies were about. And so he's been a director we've been waiting to get to on this podcast, because I know I love him a lot and you love him even more than I do, because he just represents a very bold, fresh, cinematic voice for this era that is still, his movies feel just as vibrant many years later as they had to have felt in the 70s. What's your big impressions of Peckinpah?
Cassavetes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Cassavetes is what I meant.
Kirby. I mean, Cassavetes is one of those people, and we'll talk about this more in depth next week, but when I first saw him, it was in Rosemary's Baby and The Dirty Dozen. I was like, I can't stand this guy. What is this guy doing? Like, you know, this is a little earlier on in my film education. And I still kind of feel that way maybe about those performances, but I haven't went back and revisited them. And I was always like, oh, this guy's a director. What kind of garbage would he make? You know? And then you go watch his movies and you're like, oh. Yeah. I mean, the first movie his I saw was Faces, totally revolutionary, and I think
that was also probably the first I would have.
Yeah, seen, and I mean, I think what you said is true about his movies in an era of higher stylism. In movies, of New Hollywood. His movies are pretty neo-realistic as far as they're just filming the actors, you know, and it's just more about, let's do this. It's not to say he doesn't have some stylistic quirks and interests that he employs, but for the most part, he was always more about, kind of like what Paul Thomas Anderson would later perfect, is just, let's just get a bunch of coverage, see what happens, let's just go into these scenes and have a basic idea, and then we'll film whatever we get out of that. We can go more in depth on this next time when we watch it, you know, or when we watch the movie in our podcast next time. But I think part of the reason that this movie is an interesting one is him trying to do an actual plot, trying to make a crime movie, a genre movie, which
requires a plot,
right? Which he would later do again with Gloria, which is a different type of movie of this. Because all of his movies are very much about emotions and about relationships. This movie's pretty devoid of that, which I find interesting as a difference for him. But that I think his impulse, and we actually have not seen all of the original version. We've always watched the director's cut because that was his preferred version.
Yeah, and we're going to actually, in the intervening time between this podcast and next one, watch that on our own.
But that I think part of his reasoning with that maybe is him realizing, okay, I got all this coverage, I kind of did what I normally do, and just filming all kinds of stuff and just filming the actors, see what happens. Yeah. But I think what he probably realized is that he needed to, with this type of movie, make it tighter, make it more cutting and more sharp. And I think that's ultimately what we got with that director's cut version, and is the better version. But I'll be interested to see what that version is. But I think that's why we're doing this movie in particular out of all his movies, is that it's kind of the most different of any of his, to say, hey, what can I do with this genre thing and see what happens. And it's a really great movie, one of the best of this decade that we're doing, I think, for that. But part of the reason why is because it's him doing it, and seeing what he brings to that genre is different than anybody else, because Peckinpah had been doing that, Yates had been doing that, obviously. The person after this that we're going to do, that wasn't totally part of their wheelhouse, but that's also something interesting about that.
I think another thing, too, to remember about Killing of a Chinese Bookie and the context it was made in was, didn't Martin Scorsese help co-conceive, I believe, the movie?
Yeah.
With him, and Cassavetes was a big mentor to Scorsese. And basically it was Cassavetes prodding and poking of him to, you need to make something that's sincere to you that got Mean Streets made. And so in many ways, this is Cassavetes, I think, as a mentor to Scorsese, trying to make his version of what a Mean Streets or a Scorsese movie would later become.
Right.
And a big part of this movie coming up, I think, is the commanding lead performance of Ben Gazzara, who's great in anything. Cosmo Vitelli in that, and it's just the height of the 70s sleazeball in many ways,
because
in the way that you love him, though.
Yeah, because I feel like what you see something like this with Warren Oates in this, obviously, and it's very much that director's sensibility, of Peckinpah. You saw with, now, obviously with, Friends of Eddie Coyle, you had a big cast of characters in that for people to interact with. With Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, you only really had him and Isla Vega's character. In Killing of a Chinese Bookie, you really only have Ben Gazzara. And what's interesting and what happens with that is that it's totally, there's this sense of charisma that you can tell actually is a mask for all these other darker impulses that lie beneath that. And I think it's interesting that each of these movies that we've done so far have kind of gone down in the sense of the lead being more and more isolated, almost in a way. And that would be weird to say about Cosmo Vitelli, because you would think, oh man, he's less isolated than this Bring Me the Head of Benny in this, because he's around all these people he works with, his employees, all these women that he frequents or whatever. But ultimately, really, he's even more alone than those are, and it's interesting that he does everything in this out of a debt complex, not out of some weirder mission that we get from this. So there's an emptiness at the core of the Killing of a Chinese Bookie that I think is interestingly, overshadowed and shrouded by his charisma, which is what ultimately Cassavetes is always going for, is the behaviors that mask our deeper problems and horrors. And that's ultimately what his movies are always about, I think, is that human condition. So I think it's interesting to see that in the crime context, which is not something you would expect from him. So I think,
and another thing, a few things to say about, I think, Cassavetes too, is that there was a stable of actors he traditionally worked with. Gazzara was one of those. Peter Falk, his wife, of course, Jenna Rollins, who's still with us
today.
Also, Seymour Cassell,
he's
another
in
one.
This,
but Jenna
Timothy
Rollins
Carey
isn't in this. But it should be said. I think most people consider, and I would probably agree, that Woman Under the Influence is maybe his best, or certainly his biggest film in terms of what got a lot of critical attention, and also all these years later has stood the test of time as one of his finest movies. And that movie, it's an incredibly great, gripping movie, but it's very bracing. It's very hard to watch at times in terms of what's going on. This is kind of him kicking back in a little ways and making a movie that's more explicitly trying to be entertaining, but still very much nonetheless.
Some of the sequences in the middle are the most gripping that he's ever made, as far as the titular sequence. it feels like he's been doing that forever in a way,
Right.
and yet he hasn't. He's only been doing.
It almost gives you a
sort of
window
thing,
if he would have been a genre filmmaker, some more of the genre movies he could have
Right.
made,
Yeah.
But I think he, some of his best movies, Opening Night, Love Streams, especially, they really delight in being almost these more literary minded films
Right.
that are more about the
that
acting
have their
and
own
doesn't-
genre moments as far
Yeah.
as some of the supernatural things that happen in Opening Night are like, what? That's what this movie's about. And but that's what is so exciting about him though, is even with his more basic neo-realist style, anything can happen. It feels like in his movies at any point, and so
yeah, absolutely. And he feels like one of the few American directors I think of this era who was genuinely working in the vein of a Godard or a Truffaut in terms of the American equivalent of what can America's art cinema be that is a response to that, as opposed to being merely inspired by that, as you see with a lot of the great new Hollywood directors, someone who's genuinely operating in that mode or level of artistic
and he was
achievement,
interested in doing that in the 50s too, so it was before any of that ever came to
I think he was somebody who probably had some of those same ideas independently of that, but then also was inspired by the work that was being done there too. But so that's Killing of a Chinese Bookie. Again, we've been kind of licking our chops waiting to get to a Cassavetes movie, and we're finally happy that we'll be doing that,
especially as a follow-up to this.
Absolutely.
This is a bloody mess. So,
but again, I went in this movie a little down. I'm not, and I still don't like it as much as some other Peckinpah movies, but I was actually pleasantly surprised that I do like this a little better. So that's what the joys of rewatching movies can be. So this is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
So nice. Goodbye.